doesn't come easy, and it does require a lot of attention. So that has meant adding to an already full plate, certainly for our enforcement staff, our fishing access site staff, our park staff, and many others. So I'm incredibly thankful for their diligence, and I hope you are seeing the result of their work as I've traveled around the state to our sites. By and large, the sites have been really clean and well maintained. And I know that's been a big job. So also, we've been really focused on service, and that is whether keeping our front desks open, really responding, being proactive about human-wildlife conflict, and paying attention to what it requires to steward these resources. Going to Commissioner Stuker's comment on the PAL Act and PLPW's recommendations, I did approve and move forward the recommendations as they came to me, and I can explain why. I think that I did not want to micromanage that process. I was aware of how you really sorted through, took a lot of time and deliberation to sort through what to recommend and how. So I did pass those forward, Commissioner Stuker. And then also to echo comments on the loss of Jim Posowitz. I can't divulge all of it now, but there is perhaps some exciting news about a posthumous award for him that I've been working on, or we at Fish, Wildlife and Parks have been working on. So when I can reveal what that is, I will. So with that, I look forward to a big agenda today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Williams. Vice Chairman Stuker, I see that you're back. We'd like you to finish your report, if you could, please.
All right, I apologize. I had a power outage here and I'm running on a backup generator right now. So
oh goodness,
may have another one here later on today. But yes, I was glad to hear Director Williams's remarks on the public access land agreements. And we're having another meeting on August 17th, the PLPW, to look at possibly sending some recommendations forward for legislative action. Also, I did get a call from a landowner wondering if we'd consider closing hunting season due to the COVID-19, and I said I would put that forward into my report. And with that, I conclude my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Stuker. Okay, Martha, where do we sit with our technical issues?
One moment, let me double check, but I don't think that we have resolved them yet. We have not yet resolved them.
We need a tech break.
We
Okay.
could take a tech break.
IT is working on it, Martha. We're not able to get the link out to the public, so they're not able to see any of the meeting or hear the meeting right now. All the public are getting is the agenda.
So they're not able to hear anything either.
Correct. So they haven't heard anything.
Okay. Well, obviously, we're going to stand in recess until that's resolved. What I would ask is, Director Williams, would you just call me when I'll keep my phone handy? And would you call me as soon as this comes up? And I would ask everybody else to just kind of keep an eye on when I put my cheery little face back on the screen. And that'll maybe be a signal that we're about to start.
And I would ask, it sounds like we all stay logged on until further notice. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're testing this to see if I show up on YouTube. And it looks like my name is now the active speaker. So if anybody's listening, you should be able to click on the link on the homepage and it'll bring you to a second page. Click on the top. There's a link at the top and they should be able to view it on the website.
You getting there, Eric? Are you doing that? No.
I'm checking with people to see. Chair Colton, Director, it looks like we're back live for the public.
Thank you, Eileen. I've also received some messages from folks out in the public that says if you go to the, rather than clicking on the link, if you go in and find the meeting ID and passcode that's posted, that you can get in that way as well.
Yeah, so the best way for people to get there now is going to the homepage and then clicking on the commission link that's on the homepage.
All right, thank you. All right, bye.
So it should be now up and live for the public.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Eileen, my understanding was that the preferred way, if you're not a panelist, was to use the phone to call it, use the phone number, not the link. So just double checking on that.
Martha, what we're talking about is the YouTube broadcast for the public.
Okay.
This is for the public to view. So if the public go to the FWP website and then click on where it says commission, that takes you to a YouTube link, which if they click on, it will take them to the live broadcast. We've tested it here and it should be working now.
Okay, Pat, is it, I just need a thumbs up from you that you're comfortable that everything's working, and then I'll move into these petitions.
I don't see any reason why it's not working. I'm looking at the YouTube video and I followed the same instructions and it worked.
Okay. If
Here-
members,
Here,
Colton, go ahead.
Here, Colton, I just heard from members of the public and they're able to get on now.
Okay, good. If any members of the public have any trouble, just call Logan's cell phone.
I was going to say, and we had such profound commission reports, so everybody missed.
Okay, so we have the petitions on the agenda that was in our materials is not lined up with the agenda that's posted online. And the agenda that I'm going to go with the agenda that's posted online for the petitions, and that is the Shields River petition. And then we have the Madison River petition by Foam, and then the Madison River petition by GGC of Trout Unlimited and et al. Just because that's what was posted on the website. And with that, I see that Mr. Welch is here. Welcome. And the floor is now yours to present your petition. I'll give you 15 minutes to present, and then we'll open it up for comment. I'm hoping people can keep comment reasonably brief. I don't want to have to put a timer on just yet. And then we'll go back to commission action. So with that, Mr. Welch, I turn it to you. And your mute's still on. There we go.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and Director Williams. Good morning. My name is Jeff Welch. I am a landowner on the Shields River, directly across from the USGS stream flow gauge, which is about a mile or two from the confluence of the Shields and the Yellowstone, which is just a few miles east of Livingston. And I'd like to refer you to the letter that you should have in your packet today that's been signed by nearly 50 Shields Valley landowners who are concerned about the usage of jet boats on the Shields River. I'm not going to read this letter back to you verbatim, but I do strongly encourage you to read it and look at the photo. If you are not familiar with the Shields, it is comparable in size. I would hardly call it a river. It's more of a creek. It's comparable in size to perhaps Belt Creek near Great Falls, the East Rosebud near Red Lodge, Fish Creek near Missoula, the Ruby or the Beaverhead near Dillon. It's not a large stream. In fact, I checked the USGS gauge this morning and it's flowing at 48 CFS. So if you're having trouble picturing jet boat usage on such a small stream, then I think you can understand why we are concerned and why we're here today to ask you to put a motorized ban on the Shields River. This issue is really pretty similar, I think, to probably one you're dealing with later today on the Madison and many rivers around the state. The river use keeps going up, technology keeps advancing, and the potential for conflicts keeps rising. But our conflict on the Shields is really pretty straightforward, much less complex than some of the others. It's just an issue of safety. So I would ask you, is it safe and appropriate for there to be motorized use on a river whose summer flows are almost always less than 200 CFS, where the channel might be less than 5 feet wide in many places, while there are also frequently children swimming in the river? There are inner tubers that use the river. There's certainly plenty of irrigation equipment in the river and often livestock watering in the river. The undersigned here would suggest that no, it's not appropriate for that. In fact, it's pretty clear to me that the original 10 horsepower restriction enacted on this stream was put in place to essentially prevent motorized use in the first place. But as technology has changed, enabling jet boat travel at low flows, the rules need to be updated, and a complete motorized ban should be enacted throughout the Shields. There's plenty of other places for motorized use on larger rivers, and so we encourage you to enact this ban on the Shields and keep it safe for the multitude of other uses. And that's all I have today. Thank you, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. I appreciate that. Before I turn it over for public comment, are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I would have one. When we're talking motorized, is that including electric motors like trolling motors for small boats for fishing, or are those not included in this proposal?
I don't know that we anticipated that per se. You know, I think the issue is one of speed and tight corners when you have upriver travel on a river like this. That's where I think the safety concern is. A trolling motor obviously does not really operate at a high rate of speed. I think it'd also be very difficult to do given the propeller as opposed to jet boat. So, you know, I guess we would advocate a total motorized ban, but as you study the issue, I guess we'll see.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. I think for safety concerns, I agree with the petitioners. I'll just throw that out. But I am also concerned for the anglers, and that's why I asked the question on the trolling motors.
Chairman Colton.
Yeah.
Enforcement, Phil Kilbreth had a little something he wanted to add to Shields when you're finished.
Thank you, Shauna. Go ahead. Let's see if there's any more questions from the commission here, and then I'll have Phil come on.
Mr. Commissioner, or Mr. Chairman, this is Patrick Byerth. Can I speak real quick? The Shields River, as Mr. Welch described, is extremely narrow and small below the Chadburn diversion, which is, I think, about 8 miles upstream from the mouth. And
Hey, excuse me, Shauna, can you mute while Commissioner Byerth talks? Because
I just wanted to make sure that
Shauna,
I know I just texted her because I thought she was supposed to.
hey, everyone.
okay,
We need to make sure we're muted or the.
okay, am I back on track here?
Go ahead, Commissioner Byerth.
Okay, I just wanted to describe for your purposes and to agree with Commissioner or Vice Chair Stuker that the stream is small enough that it would be very difficult to navigate it with a trolling motor, an electric motor. Even the most powerful ones would have a tough time with the shallow nature of the river, especially this time of year. It's just not a great place for jet boats, and obviously they hadn't penetrated the Shields much until the technology was available for a very small craft. So I think we're bumping up against a collision between a very small stream and high technology, and I don't think it's appropriate to risk all the livestock, wildlife values along with public safety by allowing jet boats up the Shields.
Any further comment, discussion from the commission? Warden Hildreth, are you available? I know you have some comments on the 10 horsepower restriction and the, some of this new technology. You and I visited about this before. I think it'd be helpful at this stage to kind of give us a refresher on that and an idea and some thoughts on what you're seeing out on the landscape.
Thank you, Commissioner Colton, members of the commission, Director Williams. For the record, I'm Phil Kilbreth. I'm the state's boating law administrator with the Enforcement Division. Yeah, so the Shields River currently has a 10 horsepower restriction that that was enacted long ago. And the interesting thing when I heard about this petition was it seemed a little odd to me that a 10 horsepower engine could create a jet boat that was capable of traveling at high speeds. But doing some research, talking to some of the local wardens, it does seem like that may in fact be the case, which is really interesting to think that technology's gone that far. The issue that I sort of wanted to bring up when considering restrictions, particularly something like a horsepower restriction, is that when it comes to enforcing that, we don't have especially in a jet boat, but in general, there's not a good technique for even evaluating what a horsepower rating is. So on a commercially available watercraft that has a commercially available horsepower on it, that engine will have a horsecraft rating that comes from the manufacturer. And if there's a horsepower restriction, that's the rating we would go with as the Enforcement Division. But when you start getting into custom builds and different technology, it becomes very difficult to evaluate those things. So just with that in mind, a 10 horsepower or any horsepower restriction in general is a challenging thing to consider. As a general thinking about this petition, the department would recommend that the commission initiate rulemaking so that we can collect further public comment on the proposal, and come back to the commission down the road with a thought out response. And I think talking about trolling motors, when you get into trolling motors, that's an electric motor. There are other electric motors out there besides trolling motors that would probably be worth considering. As you say, technology is advancing. So we'd like to hear more of what the public has to say, and therefore would recommend the commission initiate rulemaking.
I thank you, Warden Kilbreth. I appreciate that. And I got out of order a little bit there. I should have gone to you right away, but before I turn it over for comment, I want to see if there's any questions. If the commission has any questions of Warden Kilbreth.
Chairman Colton, Becky was going to comment.
Oh, thank you.
Hey,
Chair Colton, I just wanted, members of the commission, this is Becky Dockter, Chief Legal Counsel. I just wanted to ask a process interjection. Usually I give a process outline before we do petition, rulemaking, considerations, and I know all of you are seasoned veterans on this type of situation, but I wondered if you would like for me to still do that. Certainly I'm prepared to do it also before the Madison River petitions. What it does is to at least answer the question of the process and authority for making a decision in case there are questions from the commission on that piece. And I'm sorry I didn't interject before. I felt like I was interrupting if I did. So it's just one of those Zoom things that's really difficult to interject. So let me know what you would like. Thank you.
Becky, you must have read my mind because I was just going to ask that question. So
yeah,
thank you for it.
Thank you. And because of the timing of people attending meeting, I'm going to again have Becky outline rulemaking here, and then again before we start the other petitions. And I apologize for that. As I pull it up on my when you pull this up on the materials, it just goes right to the petition, and so that's what directed me there. So Becky, please, again, if you could refresh us all, and in particular the public, how this process of rulemaking works.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Colton, members of the commission. Becky Dockter again. The petitions for rules on the Shield, and also this will apply for the Madison River, but I will not speak to the Madison right now. I will do this once again once we are considering that on the record. One of the reasons why that's important is because it then compiles the record in one place for each agenda item. So I appreciate the opportunity to present here and there. I'll give you, like I said, a process for considering the petitions and the authority for making a decision. And then I'm obviously available for questions should you have any during the pendency of the agenda item and actually through the entire commission meeting. The right to petition the commission, which is what Mr. Welch has done here, is found in the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. It provides that an interested person may petition an agency requesting the promulgation, amendment, or repeal of a rule. And an agency includes a board or a commission and obviously a department. So an interested person such as Mr. Welch is allowed to petition the commission for rules. This Shield's petition, as you know, requests no motorized use for the main stem of the Shields River, and that is what you're considering. The commission authority in that same statute provides that within 60 days after the submission of a petition, the commission shall either, and it's got two options, deny the petition in writing or initiate rulemaking through the Secretary of State process, rulemaking process. I apologize if you can hear that. It's my emails coming in while I'm talking. So the process, as you've already started into here, is generally to allow the petitioner to present their views. In this case, and in the case of Madison, the commission allows 15 minutes to do so. The public then can comment on it. The commission can ask questions that we've already done, and the public can comment on this and allow for public comment on the petition itself and allow them to present their views. Then you take a motion on the petitions. Your motion will either be to deny the petition altogether or initiate rulemaking. And the for the shields, that's a really easy task, given that you just have one petition and one subject matter to talk about. The next step then is, if you decide to deny the petition, the legal unit will help you write up a proposed decision for your consideration, and the reasons will be in that writing and sent to the petitioners. And that's also part of the law on petitions, that the decision has to be in writing and based on record evidence that you are collecting here and is also in the petition. If you decide to initiate rulemaking, on the other hand, I, along with our paralegal, will write up language of the rule for the petition, working with the petitioners, most likely Mr. Welch. We file it with the Secretary of State and start the administrative process. And then this process for petition, the petition process ends and the Secretary of State process starts. That process, just a refresher very quickly, is you file a notice for rulemaking, you conduct hearings, you take public comment, at the end of which there's another commission meeting, and you will consider a final rule, and you should and can take into consideration the public comment that comes in, and the rule might be different based upon the public comment that you take at the end and what you vote on. And once that rulemaking petition is filed, once the rulemaking notice is filed, there is 6 months by law within which we have to get that done, or it expires and we start over. And that's all, again, in the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. The timeline is very similar to the Madison as well. There is a set timeline by the Secretary of State for filing rule notices. They are generally every 2 weeks. The next one is, the next one we'd likely be able to get is in the middle of September. And that is, and then 6 months after that, we file the final. That's all I have. It's very short and sweet, but if you have some questions, I'm here and I'm ready to take those now or during the process. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask a question of Ms. Dockter.
Yes, certainly.
Becky, somewhere I read, or maybe I dreamed it up, if we accept this petition, it goes forward as drafted, or can we make changes in what we send out at this time, or is that only appropriate after the public comment and before we vote on the final? And particular, what I'm asking there is, there's nothing that talks about no wake or electric motors in this petition.
Chair Colton, Commissioner Stuker, I was following where you were going with that, given your earlier question. The way the statute is written is that you deny rulemaking or you deny the petition or you initiate rulemaking. If you opt to initiate rulemaking, you'd have to make it very clear on the record what you're doing if you have to deny any portions of the petition. But I would say you can here amend that rule, especially since I heard Mr. Welch at least be willing to consider some changes to it. Another option, just to make this clear, and something I have advocated for before, just to make it clean, is to deny the petition and then initiate rulemaking on your own with your own language. And that would also be something we could work with you with, Commissioner Stuker. Either way, I think we'll figure it out and make it work. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Have I
yes.
answered? Okay.
Becky, you break up an awful lot for some reason and background noise when you're talking.
That's good to know because I think I'll turn off my video. Sometimes the bandwidth helps with that. I'll turn it off and it might be easier to hear me.
Thanks.
Yeah, Becky, it just doesn't sound like your microphone's picking everything up. And so I don't know if you need to lean in a little bit on or adjust that. Okay, any further questions of Becky on process before I turn it over for public comment? Okay, seeing none. If in order to comment, if you dial *9 to raise your hand, you'll be able to log into the meeting and you'll be recognized. And so
Mr.
we'll go ahead and
Chairman.
start with that process, and if that fits with the rest of the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, just clarifying,
Yes.
we don't have to have a motion before we take public comment on this process?
No, not it. Well, clarify with Becky, but in rulemaking, the process is different than a regulation setting.
Chair Colton, Commissioner Brower, I hope this helps for me to keep my video off. The difference is really actually in the petition process. The petition process, because we aren't considering a proposed rule or even a proposal from the department, you can take public comment on this prior to. The reason why is because, and I can describe this more with regard to the Madison River petitions, but the reason why is that you really already have a motion on the record. Your motion is to either deny it or initiate this rulemaking, and that's the reason why. Now, if Chair Stuker were to propose an amendment, I would say you would have to take public comment on that. But otherwise, because you're considering denying or initiating this, you essentially already have a motion that you're considering. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Becky. I just want to, since we have a few of these petitions in line, just clarifying some items.
Yeah, and also Becky, as another point of clarification, just by accepting the petition and setting it out for rulemaking, the commission retains the authority to make adjustments to that rule in any fashion as we go forward. Is that correct?
Chair Colton, is your question based upon during the public comment and at the final commission meeting, or is it at this one here?
No, in the public comment and final commission.
Yes, and that is why I made it clear that your petition process ends when you make the decision here, and then the Secretary of State process begins during rulemaking, and you can and should take into consideration public comment, and that may mean that it changes throughout the course of the rulemaking. So yes.
Okay. So items such as, electric motors and information we might learn in that process could be incorporated into the final rule.
Yes, that's correct.
Without adjusting the petition at this stage or going into that process.
Yes, Chair, that's right.
I'm being told that with the YouTube folks, there's about a 30-second delay for people hearing and seeing this. I think we can easily work around that. But I'm just going to let people know again that it's *9 to raise your hand, and you'll probably hear me repeating that a few more times so that cycles through. And so as soon as we get kind of caught up, if you will, I'll take the first commenter, and then I'll ask Shauna and Katie to just kind of continue through the list of raised hands. And it's very important for members of the public, because your names won't automatically show up right away on our screens. So if you just please state your full name and where you are from before you start your comments, that'll allow us to capture that on the record. So again, I'll start taking any public comment on the Shields River petition as presented. And again, it's *9.
Chair Cole, members of the commission, we do have public comments at this point.
Okay, let's go ahead and just unmute them in the line that in the queue, and we'll just go from there. And we can go ahead and take comment. There's someone in the queue who's been unmuted. Phone number ends in 842. Okay, let's go ahead to the next individual on the list, and maybe we can come back to 842. And again, members of the public that are going to comment, just be looking to see that you're unmuted, and that'll be your signal to start talking.
Okay, the person with the phone number ending in 462, can you let us know who you are and where you're from?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. My name is Victoria Shilling. I'm in Livingston. We've lived on the Shields River for 12 years. And in most recent years, there's been an increase in the jet boat traffic. My primary concern is about safety. We have an 8 and a 10-year-old and dogs. We swim in the river most days in the summer, and we've been in the river when there have been jet boats passing through. The channel of navigability is very narrow, as Jeff already said, and there really just isn't enough room for jet boats to safely pass while we're in the river. So it's just not safe, is really what I wanted to contribute.
Thank you, Ms. Shilling. Appreciate the comment. Next comment.
Hi, this is Mike McDaniel.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, my name is Mike McDaniel.
We can hear you, Mr. McDaniels.
I'm a homeowner about 8 miles up the river. I'll keep it short. I just want to make I guess, pretty obvious plea on behalf of the fish in the river. When you look at the river as it is for a good portion of the summer, and in particular right now, it's flowing around 46, 47 CFS, and with the heat, I mean, it's going to be dropping to levels that are probably pushing its all-time lows this summer. And, I'm just thinking about the efforts that you guys have made and other people have made to reestablish the cutthroat population, and I think it's been going really well. This is a pretty significant stress factor that I think could be very harmful to those fish. This creek, and that's really what it is right now, it just can't handle this kind of traffic. The last incident around here was a couple weeks ago with 4 of those jet boats coming up at the same time, and they're flat bottom. They can go up in virtually, a couple inches of water. And I think they're doing some significant harm to the stream habitat. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniels. Next commenter on the Shields petition.
Hi, this is Brian McGeehan. I live in Bozeman, and I'm actually kind of dialed in to listen to the Madison petition, but I wanted to add some comments related to the Shields. I am a fishing outfitter and of course an angler. We actually don't do much guided fishing on the Shields, but I'm very familiar with it more from my own recreational fishing. I'm also very familiar with the use of jet boats. We lead some hosted trips most years in Alaska, where the use of jet boats is very common. And I would say, first of all, I don't think the Shields is a suitable place for upstream travel with the use of jet boats or any other technology. I want to lend some comment on the use of electric motors. At the moment, electric motors would be basically useless in the Shields. They have to be submerged deeper into the water. They would interact with the gravel bars. But I want to give a parallel to mountain biking and the technology revolution with what are called e-bikes, which are battery operated. And at the moment, electric motors would be basically useless for upstream travel, but who knows in 10 years what might happen. We may have electric jets that would allow that. And if you've ever been in jet boats, up in Alaska, using them for river access, they do allow you to go in a very shallow draft, but you do need a fairly high rate of speed to get up through those riffles and current areas. And gosh, it's a pretty darn small river. So I would recommend that you just ban all motorized use, including electric. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGeehan. Next public comment. I think we're synced up pretty well with the phone call and my voice. I don't think there's as much delay there. If I'm wrong on that, Pat, correct me, but I think we can move pretty efficiently here now. Next comment on the Shields petition from the public.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Menard. I'm with the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. Two comments, and one's a question. Would the petition be temporal in its application? And I'm not sure about that. And then secondly, drawing from experience that we've had using jet boats extensively, predominantly in the Alaskan environment, where we had a great deal of concern over the impact of spawning success. There's some significant body of science that tells us that the passage of a jet boat through spawning areas can be detrimental, and it has to do with the positive pressure that's applied as the boat passes over, and then the immediate negative pressure that takes place when the jet pump comes through and is sucking up water and blowing it out the back to create the motivation. So there is a mechanical problem that can be realized in spawning habitats, which the Shields is. So I just offer that as an observation. That body of science is fairly well vetted and lends credence to concerns for conservation as the petitioner has raised. And in addition, in closing, the notion of diverse angling opportunities across the state of Montana, the region, this is one of those places where people who seek a wading experience can participate in that fishery and do so. And I would encourage the commission to consider both the conservation consequence and the value of a diverse angling opportunity in this particular river. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mac. Next commenter.
Commissioner Colton, members of the commission. It appears that's all of the hands that were raised.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And we're having a lot of feedback from you when you go live. So I don't know if you've got the meeting playing in the background on YouTube. And Mac asked the question about being temporal. I think as the petition stands, the way I read it, that this would be a year-round situation. You know, that there wouldn't be a period closure. Is that correct, Mr. Welch?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we've accepted public comments on the petition. Any discussion from the commission or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate administrative rulemaking on the petition to ban motorized use on the Shields River.
I'd second.
We have a motion and a second. We've already taken public comment, so we're not going to send it back out for comment. But before I call for the vote, I would ask if there's any discussion or other questions from the commission before the vote.
Mr. Chairman, this is Tim Aldrich. I'd like to ask the question about early season flows. You know, if the use on the river, you know, from livestock and grazing and fisher people and so forth, is there a period when the flows might be adequate to provide for safe use of that river?
Commissioner Aldrich, you know, I would suggest no. You know, certainly we have had some huge years the last few years where the flow has gotten up into, you know, 2,000 and 3,000 CFS. That is totally not the norm. This year, I believe our high flow was about 1,000. I'd have to go back and look. But at the end of the day, it's a very small river. You know, as I said, I'm sure you're familiar with Fish Creek in your area. I mean, that's the size of the stream. So, you know, the channel for navigable passage is going to be pretty small most times of the year. And that's why we'd suggest it be a year-round ban.
Mr. Chairman, if I might comment on that as well, I've done a bit of boat navigation myself and spent a lot of time working and playing on the Shields. At high water, it would be very dangerous to the jet boater themselves. There's low bridges, and then a tremendous amount of woody debris moves at the high water time where it'd be most amenable and least likely to cause conflict. So even then, I think the Shields would be a very unsafe place to use a jet boat.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Brower.
Just clarification with Vice Chair Stuckert, was your intent all motorized vehicles, including electric, for the future reference?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brower, it is at this time, but I would encourage people during the comments section to include remarks about electric motors if they think they should be added. And at the final, after we get the comments, we can decide as commissioners whether that should be put in the final rule.
Thank you for that. Before I call for the vote, you bring up a good issue, Tim, but I think of the ag users along the Shields, which is a lot of folks, and you know, at a high flow, cattle moving around, different things. It seems like having a jet boat running up there just because there's 15 to 2,000 CFS, you're not going to have the recreational users at that time, most likely, or the wade fishermen, but you're going to have your ag operators working around there at that time, and the expansion and the size of that river, I think, could really come in conflict with ag uses there. So seeing no more comment from the commission, I'll go ahead and ask for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, the next items on the agenda, are gonna take some time. So it's my suggestion that we take at least 10 minutes. And let's plan on coming back between 9:50 and 9 and getting going right before the 10 o'clock hour. And if there are any further technical issues that I need to be made aware of with regard to delays or whatnot, please just call me on my phone here. Thank you. We'll stand in recess. Okay, it looks like we've got a lot of the technical glitches worked out. Apparently, this is kind of a statewide situation going on. And so I will now turn it over to Becky. And as I mentioned earlier, Commissioners, the agenda you have is flipped in terms of what is posted online. We have it listed as the phone petition going first. But before we do that, we'll follow proper procedure more in line with what I should have done in the Shields, and have Becky again outline the rulemaking process, our authority, again to update us as well as the members of the public that might just be hopping on the call now. So Council Doctor.
Chair Colton, members of the commission, can you hear me?
Yes, and much better than before.
Okay, it does say right now my speaker's not working, so I will ignore that. So if you need to give me a sign, please do. So this, Chair Colton, members of the commission, Becky Dockter, Chief Legal Counsel. This discussion is about the petitions on the Madison Rivers. I'll give an overview again for process for considering the petitions and your authority for making a decision. And then I'll be available for questions as well. So first off, an interested person has the right to petition the commission through the Administrative Procedures Act. And the commission is defined in statute as an agency and is included there. So it is part of the enabling statute to allow a person to petition the commission. These Madison River petitions, and there are two, as you know, request restrictions on the river for commercial use, request a no-cost stamp to determine numbers for non-commercial use, provide rest rotation schedule, provide for a council to help determine the issues on the river as they arise, and a few other matters like a cap that I will allow the petitioners to discuss. The commission authority then is to address this these petitions within 60 days after their submission, and that is to allow or to make a decision to either deny the petition in writing or to initiate rulemaking through the Secretary of State rulemaking process. That process that we will go through today is to allow the petitioners, both of them, an opportunity to present their views each 15 minutes, then take public comment from interested persons and allow time for that, allow time for the commission to ask questions of both the petitioners and the department if necessary, and then make a motion on the petitions. For the Madison, given that there are two petitions, there are some options for the commission's motions because there's overlapping subject matter and then there are conflicting subject matter. There are some things that the commission can do, one of which is to deny both of them and not initiate rulemaking. You could move to initiate rulemaking on just one and deny rulemaking on the other, and vice versa. And you could also put out for public comment and initiate rulemaking on both the petitions and put those out for public comment and take public comment on those. If you decide to put both out, and to the extent there are conflicting views in the petitions, and there might be in my review, it is possible to write the rule with options in it and allow the public to weigh in on the options. And so that's another option for the commission to employ through this when there are two petitions. The next steps then, if you deny the petitions in this case, again, I will help you write up a decision with reasons that we can propose or issue to the petitioners, and that decision must be in writing and based on record evidence according to the law. The record evidence includes the petitions themselves, the presentation information that you gather during this meeting through questions, and even any info that you garner from the interested persons through public comment. If then you initiate rulemaking, again, I will help write up the language of the rule and working with the petitioners on this to ensure that we have adequately captured the concepts in the petition themselves, and then file it with the Secretary of State to start the administrative rulemaking process. Just a refresher, like I did for the last one on the Secretary of State process, is that you file a rule notice in accordance with the already scheduled timeframes for filing notices. You conduct hearings, take public comment, at the end of which I see static is creeping in, I've been told, so I don't have much longer to go, so hopefully I can make it. At the end of which you will have another commission meeting and consider final adoption. And at that final adoption, you take in consideration public comment and can adjust the rule, amend the rule. You can even opt not to adopt those rules at the end of that process. And that timeline would begin likely about September 14th, which is the next filing deadline for the Secretary of State that we could make. And 6 months after that, then a rule would have to be finalized. And so that's all I have. I hope you're able to hear that all, and I'll take questions now if you have any.
Thank you, Becky. Questions to Becky from the commission? Just one point of clarification. Becky, you said that in places where whether the petition itself or there's two petitions where they come into conflict, that we have the option to write in options, or you would write options. I believe we've done that before in other rulemaking situations. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but that's not uncommon for us to have a list of options.
Chair Colton, that is true. We have done options before, and the Secretary of State allows, and they're pretty stringent about what they allow in rule notices, and they do allow options in a rule notice and allow the public to weigh in on options. So that's something we've done before and we could do here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so given the nature of the petitions and the long history that is or exists on petition process on the Madison and other rulemaking attempts, I'm going to hear the petitions back to back, and then we'll take the comments. So I'm going to give Foam it's 15 minutes, and then I would have I believe Mr. Lubeck is going to present on behalf of the sportsmen's groups, and then we'll open it up after another question session from the commission. I'll open it up for comments. So unless anybody with the department has anything to add or any concerns, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bias. Please go ahead, Mr. Bias.
Oh, there. Chairman Colton, thank you. Commissioners, Director Williams. My name is Mike Bias. I'm Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, or FOAM. Over the last 3 years, our membership increased by over 300 members. We now represent 385 outfitters and 677 guides across the state of Montana, totaling over 1,065 members. Foam represents nearly all of the fishing outfitters and many of the fishing guides across Montana. Foam also represents over 75% of the over 200 Madison River special recreation permit holders, or SRP holders. We began formulating recommendations for a commercial use management alternative for the Madison River among the outfitters right after the April 2018 plan was rejected, a year prior to the negotiated rulemaking committee of which we were a member. During December 2018, we initiated a series of town hall listening sessions in Ennis, West Yellowstone, Dillon, and Bozeman, meeting with the outfitting community prior to the NRC meeting. Community from January through April 2019 during the NRC meetings themselves. Results from all these meetings indicated that an allocation type management system ranked as the best management option for managing commercial use on the Madison River. Following the disbanding of the NRC in May 2019, we continued our discourse with outfitters, further refining our recommendations for a management recreation plan. Our plan was derived from much of the findings throughout the NRC meetings and refinement since then. We refined our commercial use plan throughout numerous meetings with outfitters and guides, individual commissioners, Fish, Wildlife, and Park staff, and other organizations in the last 2 years. In the fall and winter of 2019, we polled our membership and submitted our plan as a petition to the commission to provide alternative management recommendations to the petitions that were submitted by the George Grant chapter of Trout Unlimited and the Madison River Foundation. In 2019 membership surveys, 76% of our members were in favor of Foam submitting our plan as a petition. Following the cancellation of the June 2020 commission meeting, in which the commission was scheduled to decide whether to release for public comment Fish, Wildlife, and Parks proposed Madison River Recreation Management EA. This plan again has the overwhelming support of our membership, and the majority of commercial use support these recommendations as part of an adaptive Madison River commercial use management plan. 72% of our members asked that we proceed with submitting the commercial use management plan as a petition, and that's what you have in front of you. Our plan has overwhelming support of Foam members. The majority of Foam members support these recommendations as part of a Madison River Recreation Management Plan. Our plan is divided into several sections, and the first of these includes overall river use. Our plan does not suggest or agree with the use of any type of boat closure to access as a solution to crowding. In fact, having less space for any user group or exclusive space for any user group that are currently using the river at capacity, be it commercial or non-commercial, simply increases crowding on the Madison, doesn't reduce crowding. As such, we propose that the section from Quake Lake to Lions Bridge remove the existing walkway reach during Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the week, effectively allowing fishing from a boat or a vessel during those days. We also propose to quantitatively evaluate the use in this section, and if the adopted regulations prove effective, it could be permanently adopted or altered or even eliminated if the data supports that. From the Ennis Bridge to Ennis Lake existing walkway section, we propose maintaining that as status quo. Our next major section in our plan deals with commercial use management. We would propose the maximum allowance of commercial use trips for outfitters be set at the 2019 or 2020 levels for all SRP holders. We incorporate a plan that allows flexibility and annual use through the use of flex trips, which I'll talk about in a minute. We propose to establish a trip distribution pool of available days to qualified new entry outfitters. And we incorporate a lose it or use it type allocation where if the outfitter is not using his strips after 3 years, they're forfeit. We propose that no shoulder seasons should be established, such as on the Beaverhead and Big Hole, and the permit runs for the calendar year. Flex trips. There is a need for flex trips on the Madison River for use by outfitters, especially out of area outfitters whose historic use on the Madison has fluctuated greatly from year to year. Outfitters occasionally need to use the Madison River when other fisheries are closed or not performing due to circumstances beyond their control. We propose that SRP holders may access up to 10 additional flex trips annually, 2 out of every 3 years. SRP holders may use these flex trips beyond their historic allocation. Flex trips are temporary in nature, may be adjusted over time, and are not transferable with their permit. Under the transfer of guided trips or allocated trips to the outfitter historic use is attached to an SRP permit. SRP holders may only transfer or receive guided trips. Guided trips may be transferred at the discretion of the outfitter with notice to the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and only transferred to an already qualified SRP holder. Each outfitter entering into a transfer of guided trips with other qualified outfitters must do so by completing a transfer request form prescribed by the Department of our Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, which is currently done on the Beaverhead, Big Hole, and West Fork of the Bitterroot. Our plan incorporates tiers and the loss of guided trips if unused. The percentage of total trips conducted by outfitters from 2011 to 2019, in fact, revealed consistent and distinct groupings of the number of trips outfitters conducted from year to year. In 2018, 100 outfitters, or 56% of the outfitters working on the Madison, conducted only 25 trips or less. That's over half of the outfitters in the permit pool. 24 outfitters conducted 26 to 50 trips. 19 outfitters conducted 51 to 100 trips. That's 87% of the outfitters conducted 100 trips or less. 28 outfitters conducted 100 trips or more. Applying these management options to tiers of outfitters, whether guided trips or flex days or other forms of management, can more effectively manage a distinct group of outfitters without affecting all outfitters as a whole. SRP holders using guided trips changes over time. Outfitters that decline over time in their guided trips will receive a reduction of their allocated trips through time. Guided trips, which are forfeit, will be made available to qualified SRP holders through the trip distribution pool. Permit and application fees are similar to what's existing now. SRP holders will apply annually to renew their SRP trips or their SRP permits, excuse me. Application fees are $110 annually. SRP holders will submit annual reports for each SRP permit. Annual reports will include their client trip logs, which they do now, and SRP holders will pay 3% of gross revenue less their trip application fee or their permit application fee. Our plan proposes a plan evaluation, a quantitatively evaluated plan that looks at use by reach or section across time immediately following the first year of this plan. Following the first year, similar evaluations will be conducted every 3 years. Our proposed timeline, quantitative evaluations and reports will allow this program to be adaptive to changing conditions and allow for modification of the plan or timely fixing of any flaws in the plan or problems associated with the plan. We also propose to evaluate the satisfaction of the SRP holders and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks generate an annual report. We propose to establish a commercial use working group under the authority of the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Region 3 Recreation Manager. Commercial use working group will be comprised of Region 3 Recreation Manager, a member of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and at least 3 Madison River SRP holders. Establish an appeal process for conflicts and complaints, which will be addressed by the Commercial Use Working Group. And the Commercial Use Working Group will also award eligible outfitters guide trips through the trip distribution pool based on the lottery. The Commercial Use Working Group will administer and advise on the trip distribution pool, and also administer and advise new entries to the SRP pool. The last portion of our plan would be to implement a no-cost, no-limit Madison River use stamp. On an annual basis, 89% of the fishing on the Upper Madison comes from non-commercial anglers. Angler use has increased over the past 20 years, and in 2017 was 207,000 angler days. Projected use in 2019 was 249,000 angler user days, which is an increase greater than all the commercial use on the Madison combined. Information on trends in non-angling use of the river is less clear, but overall use on the river has increased and is expected to continue to rise, regardless of any cap on commercial use. Management tools such as walk wade, rest and rotation, access to improvement can help maintain the quality of experience, but lose effectiveness as overall use increases. Setting limits on caps or non-commercial use is premature because of lack of information related to desires and concerns of the non-angling recreationists on the river. However, instituting a comprehensive data gathering tool, such as a no-cost, no-limits Madison River use stamp, is recommended to obtain more information on all current use and type of use on the river. Such a system could be implemented by requiring an unlimited no-cost river use stamp. Increasing use levels would probably necessitate a cap or limit on all use in the future and help protect the resource and maintain the quality of experience. To conclude, FOAM respectfully requests the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the recommendations in this petition and initiate rulemaking regarding the management of commercial and non-commercial use on the Madison River. And I thank you for your time and interest on this issue.
Thank you, Dr. Bias. I'm going to go ahead and move right into the second petition. I see that Mr. Lubick has turned his video on. The floor is now yours, Mr. Lubick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Fish and Wildlife Commissioners. My name is Steve Lubeck. I'm representing the sportsmen's petitioners, specifically the George Grant chapter of Trout Unlimited, Skyline Sportsman Association in Butte, and the Anaconda Sportsmen. Collectively, we represent thousands of conservation-minded sportsmen throughout Southwest Montana. We're here before you today to urge you to support the sportsman's petition to implement recreation rules for the Madison River that are contained in our petition. As you know, the Madison River has a long and tortured history with recreation management. And I'm not going to try and walk you through, the entire 51 years of this because I have but 15 minutes. I do want to touch on a few key points that I think illustrate how long this process has drug on, the engagement of the sporting public in this issue, and the absolute need for the commission to move forward at this point. We simply have kicked this can down the tracks long enough. I want to start 40 years ago, 1980. There was a one-year moratorium on outfitters implemented 40 years ago. 1984, there were 60,000 angler days. 1999, just to get off topic a little bit, rules were implemented on the Big Hole and Beaverhead rivers to manage recreational use there 21 years ago. So 21 years have expired since your commission adopted rules on other rivers. And arguably the Madison was in need of similar rules 21 years ago. 2007, you implemented Madison River special use permits. 2008, there were 6,653 commercial trips. 2008, there was also a survey of resident anglers. There was another survey in 2009. 2011, we began recreation management plan on the Madison River. 2012, there are scoping processes and public meetings. 2013, an advisory committee recommendations presented to the commission. 2014, the process was halted due to a lack of financial resources at the department. Process reinitiated in 2016. 2017, there was another year-long angler survey. Now we're at 207,000 angler days in 2017. 2018, the commission rejects a draft recreation management plan and environmental assessment, initiates a negotiated rulemaking process that ultimately ends in failure in 2019. In 2019, the commission rejects 3 petitions to implement recreation rules on the Madison, including one from our organizations that are represented today with yet another petition. In 2020, in June of 2020, there was yet another meeting scheduled to consider yet another draft recreation management plan, an EA. That commission meeting was canceled on about 1 or 2 days notice. As you can see, this 40-year history illustrates a strong public desire to see a reasonable recreation plan adopted on the Madison River. The public drove the department to take the steps in the surveys and initiate these processes. There's been engagement for decades and a need for decades on the Madison River. In addition to all of these issues, all these items we discussed in the timeline above, there's been other dozens of commission meetings where this came up in one way or another, where our organizations had to travel and testify before the commission. So an unprecedented level of public engagement on the Madison River from sporting organizations. When the 2019 Sportsman's petition was denied, the commission ordered yet another scoping survey. Madison was already the most heavily studied and surveyed river in Montana. And during that meeting where our petition was denied, we expressed our disappointment at the denial of the petition, but also expressed that we felt the commission had all the data at that time that it required to make a decision. However, the scoping survey went forward anyway. Fine. That's fine. We have yet another survey, and we all get to live with the outcome of that survey, which in my opinion falls into the category of be careful what you ask for. This survey had one of the highest participation rates in FWP history. 7,577 people completed the survey. And the survey confirmed broad public support for 2 key elements of our 2019 and again, the current petition before you. Overwhelming public support for an outfitting moratorium and overwhelming support for rest and rotation zones where the public can avoid commercial use. I'm going to attempt to share a screen here with you. So you should be seeing a copy of Fish, Wildlife and Parks Madison River Scoping Survey from 2019. We've all seen this before. This is presented to the organizations last winter. It came up at a commission meeting. And what I want to show you here is that in the preferred alternatives, 83% of the people surveyed supported capping commercial trips on the Madison River at or below 2018 levels, including 57% that wanted to see it below 2018 levels. And on the social conflict management section, the highest rated alternative was rest and rotation. Again, this is from a survey of 7,577 members of the public. There are a few people that actually argue that the Madison River isn't too overcrowded. Even the fishing outfitting organizations are proposing regulations and moratoriums on themselves. Resident anglers have complained for years about overcrowding and conflict on the Madison River. One big result of crowding and conflict is displacement of resident anglers from the Madison River. Many anglers have simply just stopped recreating on the river entirely. And this fact illustrates the magnitude of the problem. Once again, the 2019 scoping survey captures the concerns of these displaced anglers. The survey asked, as part of the survey, to identify yourself as someone who currently fishes the river or somebody who has stopped fishing the river due to conflict. And so if you look over here on this right-hand side under the preferred alternatives percentage, under the section for those people that have stopped fishing, 94% support capping outfitters at 2018 levels or reducing numbers below 2018 levels. 94%. It's not even a close call. And when you look at the number of people that are still fishing the river, it's 75%. And under the social conflict management, once again, the highest rated alternative was rest and rotation. And these are from anglers that have stopped fishing the river. They think this is what it will take to restore the river to a point at which they would return and be able to enjoy that system. Our petition addresses the concerns of the regular Montana sportsman, Joe Sixpack, as he's been affectionately referred to. And it does it with three primary elements. First, an outfitting moratorium. Under our proposal contained in our petition, outfitting trips are capped at 2019 levels. Now, we've previously proposed rolling back commercial levels to levels we've seen in prior years, but we now adopt a more pragmatic position, a compromise position in 2019 for a couple of reasons. One, this freezes outfitting levels at the highest ever recorded level. However, it does provide a much needed cork in the bottle. And the selection of 2019 levels addresses the economic concerns from local communities by not reducing the current level of commercial use, commercial river-based recreation activity. Second element, seasonal rest rotation zones. Because we are capping outfitters at the highest ever experienced level, the public needs some relief. We are proposing that on Saturdays, the Barney Bridge to Ennis fishing access site, and on Sundays, the Lions Bridge fishing access site, the Palisades, have no commercial use on these days from June 15th to September 30th annually. Third element, continued protections for wade-only anglers in the upper and lowermost reaches of the upper river. We are proposing to replace the current language for no fishing from boats with a language contained in our petition from June 15th to September 30th. The goal of our petition is to ensure the long-term health and sustainability of the Madison River fishery, to provide for a diversity of angling opportunities while reducing conflict, sustain the ecological and economic benefits of the Madison River. And it's true that the biological health of the Madison is generally good, though in recent years, fish counts indicate we may be at a tipping point due to intense fishing pressure combined with higher than normal water temperatures. The Upper Madison River fishery is a tribute to the hardworking biologists of FWP and decades of good fisheries biology work. However, strong fish numbers do not always correlate with angler satisfaction. Many Montana anglers have simply stopped fishing the Madison River due to conflict. There are other important factors at work, including quality of experience, relaxation, and the absence of crowding and competitive environments. The 2019 survey illustrated these needs and concerns perfectly. FWP and the Commission have studied the Madison River to death. We are stuck in the paralysis of analysis. The time to resolve this issue has finally arrived. Your constituency has spoken repeatedly. Their message is clear. We need a recreation management plan for the Madison River. We urge you to approve the sportsman's petition before you today, including the outfitting moratoriums and rest rotation proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lubeck. Before I go out for public comment, this is an opportunity, one opportunity for the commissioners to ask questions of the petitioners or questions of members of the department staff, obviously maybe the fisheries division or legal, if any questions were prompted by these presentations.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
would question of, I guess it's Region 3 fishery staff. I had asked Eileen yesterday and she said Region 3 would be available to answer some questions. And it deals with the average that we heard about the different fishing numbers and whatnot. There is a concern there, and Mr. Lubick just brought that up also. And I guess where my question is, first I'll ask, is anybody available to answer questions?
Chair Cole and Commissioner Stuker, Travis Horton should be available to answer that question.
Members of the commission, Chair Colton, Travis Horton, I'm the regional fisheries manager down here in Bozeman. I didn't quite get the question though yet.
I did not ask the question yet. I just wanted to find out if someone was available. The question is, we talk about it being below the average or the long-term average. And I guess my question would be, in the last 20 years, because we're talking about the 20-year average, have we been at this point before? And if so, how long did it take us to come back from these numbers? Or have we never been in this position before? Because to get an average, you're going to have some above, some below a line. And this one is quite a ways below. And there is concern from different emails and phone calls I've received. So I'm just kind of curious of what the past history is in regards to that.
Yeah, Commissioner Stuker, can I clarify? You're speaking about fish populations, not fishing use levels. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Yes, the 2019 estimates for trout in the two sections of the Upper Madison River showed a decline in both browns and rainbows. It was most marked up in the Pine Butte Reach, which is the stretch above Lions Bridge. And those numbers, particular for rainbow trout, were approximately the same number we had back in the droughts of 2003 and 4. One data point obviously does not make a trend. However, in examining the size structure through time of the fish at Pine Butte, of the rainbow trout at Pine Butte, it's fairly evident that there's been a reduction through time. And there is a misconception out there that it's just the biggest fish that have declined, and that's not the case. It is all fish over 12 inches long have declined. That said, we still have good recruitment occurring in some years. 2018 was very, very high, but it didn't necessarily translate into other fish.
Okay, so during the drought years, that's the only other time that we were at these levels?
No, Commissioner Stuker, back in the whirling disease era, there certainly were lower at that point, and that included, reductions in juvenile production back in the mid 1990s. So it's not as low as that. I've got some graphs I could try to show if you want me to share my screen.
It might be interesting to see that if Chairman Colton is in agreement.
Absolutely. That's our job today. Let's do it stuff.
So you can see in this graphic, this shows the Pine Butte section, again, the upper river, the number of fish. It's broken into two different size categories. Let me make that bigger. The blue line represents the fish over 10 inches long, and the red line represents rainbows over 15 inches long. And you can play with these numbers, but the 15-inch rainbows you can see back here to 2003 or 4, it was approximately when we were at that level. Keep in mind, this blue number is buoyed up from the recruitment numbers. So brown trout is similar. Definitely a low point back in 2019, comparable back to 2003. What I was referring to a minute ago, this is juvenile recruitment in the Pine Butte section through time from 2014 to 2019. You can see we had some exceptional years. 2018 being one of those, which had 7-inch fish, almost 1,200 per mile. This is the adult fish. And if you follow the colors of those lines, it starts out on top with 2014. The next line is 2016. The following line is 2015, the red one. The lower blue line is 2018, 2017 for the purple line. And finally, 2019 is the orange one at the bottom. So you can see that compression through time of size structure of these fish. Brown trout this is rainbow trout down in the Varney section. Generally speaking, it's in the same general numbers that it's been for the last 20 years. Brown trout has been generally declining through that time in this section of the Madison River, but it really hasn't changed that much in the last 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Further questions, comments from the commission to, again, either the petitioners or the department?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Byron.
Well, first, just start out with a comment about the petitions and the work that we've been doing across the board, stakeholders for at least the 14 months I've been on the commission. What I see in these petitions is quite a bit of refinement in response to both public comment and also stakeholder participation. And whereas neither petition is probably perfect, I think both have been refined to the point where we have fairly consistent agreement. And I say this because I want to applaud all those people in the outfitting industry, anglers, business people that have come together to try and focus this discussion in a positive direction. And I really appreciate all the work that has been put into this on behalf of all the stakeholders. I do have a question. This is for Dr. Bias regarding the use of flex days. I'm a little confused, and I know you've tried to teach me this before, but if we set, say, for example, the angling pressure, commercial oriented angling pressure at 20,000 based on a random year, how do those flex days prevent us from going over that number and actually increasing over time the commercial pressure?
Commissioner Byers, that's a good question. To answer your question specifically, there was less than, in 2019, there's less than 14,000 trips conducted by outfitters. So the angling pressure or the commercial use pressure would be 13,990, less than 14,000 trips. And if you implement flex days at 10 trips per outfitter, it's roughly an increase of 2,000. So we'd be at 16,000 angler trips or guided trips annually from now until we do something else. Far less than the arbitrary 20,000 you mentioned. And then through the use of tiers and the commercial use management group, you can adjust those days as needed. If numbers would never increase, it'd be 13,990 in perpetuity. And then you can adjust the additional use to the flex days, either reducing flex days or adding flex days if outfitter numbers drop from COVID or some other effect. But that's the management option. The flex day is the management option that allows out of area anglers to take advantage of good fishing on the Madison or good fishing on the Yellowstone without impacting overall use. I think that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And I also had a question for Mr. Lubeck. You were adamant that no shoulder seasons would be implemented, but you had some seasonal restrictions. I was wondering if you could elaborate on what shoulder seasons, what you mean by no shoulder seasons and versus the use of the seasonal closures.
Well, by no shoulder seasons, we mean that the outfitting moratorium, the cap at 2019 levels would apply 12 months of the year. So on the Big Hole River, you have shoulder seasons that apply only in particular months for client days, June and July on one river, July and August on another. As written in our petition, it's intended that those outfitting moratoriums and cap trips would be an annual limit. with no exclusions for any particular month. Whereas when you get into these no floating sections, they would apply June 15th to September 30th. And the same thing with western rotation zones.
So in other words, Mr. Lubeck, the shoulder seasons apply to the commercial use, whereas the seasonal restrictions apply to all users in different ways.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the commission to the petitioners or department?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Dr. Bias a question if I could.
Please.
Dr. Bias, when you talk at one point, you talk about the 89% of the fishing on the Madison being non-commercial, the upper Madison. I just was wondering what are you calling the upper Madison there? I want to be consistent with other definitions.
That's a good question as well. Commissioner Aldrich, that statistic is the section from Quake Lake to Lions Bridge. In fact, it's the upper walkway section. And those are numbers taken straight from the draft EA by Fish, Wildlife and Parks that was supposed to be looked at in the June commission meeting. So Quake Lake to Lions Bridge. It's the 89%.
Yeah, we don't have specific numbers just for that section.
Eileen or Dr. Rice, do you have something coming up? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Chair Colton, members of the commission, if it's okay, we'll just add a slight correction to Dr. Bias's answer there. I'm gonna, if it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to Mr. Scar, who actually runs the program that collects that data. And it might help answer Commissioner Aldridge's question if that's okay with you, Chair Colton.
Yes, thank you.
Chairman Colton, members of the commission, this is Don Scar, Habitat Access Bureau Chief. Yeah, I think Dr. Bias was referring to the section of the Madison from Quake Lake to Ennis Lake, or to Ennis Dam, not to Lions Bridge. That's where the 207,000 angler day number is derived. So I think the percentage is correct, but it's referring to that entire section of the river above Ennis Lake is what we refer to as the upper Madison. So I believe that's the correct number, but I mean, I think the percentage is still a valid percentage. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Mr. Scar. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Aldrich? Any further questions from the commission?
Chair Colton, can you hear me? This is Becky.
Yeah.
I have a question for the petitioners, if you allow.
I have a couple too, so can I get mine in and then, because I suspect anything I've missed, you'll pick up.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, before you go,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Sometimes it helps me just to look at the big picture, and I know that I just wanted to kind of commend or thank Mr. Lubeck's kind of timeline, because it gives a pretty big picture of how long this process has been going on. And I'm sure there's a sense of frustration amongst many of the parties involved, but I think if we make sure and understand that sense of frustration is out of care of the resource, as long as whatever we do, we keep that in mind. But I just want to say I appreciate both petitioners and their time that they put in on things, as well as the department and all of their work.
Thank you, Commissioner Brower. I'm going to start with Dr. Bias, you know, in your petition, you talk about, you know, transferability and how days could be transferred. And what exactly do you mean by transfer? Are these to be sold? Are they to be given away? You know, there is some detail in the position, but I'd like a little more of an articulation on that. That's my first question to you.
The term transfer comes from federal SRP handbook, and it's essentially a private exchange between outfitters of their days or their permit. And it's also, transfer is the term used when one outfitter buys the days from another on Beaverhead Big Hole days or West Fork Bitterroot days. But yeah, it's essentially a private transaction between outfitters that's approved or administered by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. So it's the days are essentially sold, but the permit is transferred from one outfitter to the other. And it's a broad term, transferability.
Yeah, and it's the idea is that some of these days could be exchanged for money without the entire outfitting business being transferred.
Correct.
Okay.
Could I follow on that question, Mr. Colton? Is that just like that's not permanent? Like each year they could just do that as needed?
No. No, so the Smith River, for example, allows leasing and interchange of permitted days. This, under the SRP system for the Madison, that would not happen. It's a permanent transfer. For example, if an outfitter is retiring, getting ready to retire in 4 or 5 years, and he has 100 days, he would be, under this system, allowed to transfer 20 days, 1 year, and reduce his use to 80 days and to a qualified outfitter, and then eventually get down to, say, 60 days if that's what they wanted to do.
Okay, I might have some follow-up, but I want to talk to Mr. Lubick briefly. You made thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you going back over, you know, the history here as well as you put it in your petition. And you pointed out that in the survey there was strong support at capping levels at 2018, but your organization will concede, and it's your request that the 2019 levels are the ones would be the level at which it would be set. That you're in agreement with that?
Yeah, it's again a pragmatic decision facing the realities on the ground and the community's concerns about the economic effects of rolling back commercial use. Again, going hand in hand with that is the fact that we're capping at the highest ever level of use. So we need some protections for the individual average sportsman on a couple of days a week. We're only asking for Saturdays and Sundays, which we've also conceded in our original request to the commission in 2019 was 6 days a week. So we look at these as going hand in hand. You can't really cap at the highest ever level of use without also providing an opportunity for the non-guided recreating community. But yes, we have conceded to 2019 levels.
Okay. And I'm not as involved in this as some of the other issues that come before the commission, but it sounds like there's been a fair bit of communication between your group, Mr. Lubick, and FOAM, you know, over the course of the last year. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. We've spoken and we've tried to negotiate, and we've hit dead ends in certain areas and agreement in other areas. And we have a willingness, at least on our part, and I think on their part, to continue that going forward. So by the time you would adopt a final rule, perhaps we'd be able to reach even additional agreement in areas.
Okay. So you're not just all playing nice to curry favor with the commission here today. This is a commitment that you'd be willing to extend down the road.
Yeah, I've known Mike for 15 or more years, and I'm willing to invest time as our directors of our organizations willing to invest times to work it out. I mean, we may not get to agreement on some issues. We may find a point where we're willing to accept things, even though we're not really supporters of the concept. But looks to me like we have at least another month or two before you would take final action, and I'm certainly willing to continue working with them on this.
And I think I understand that the purpose of the stamp that you guys have proposed is that it's just clearly an effort to collect more data on the non-commercial use. Is that a fair characterization? I mean, is that what you both intend that to be?
Yes.
Yes.
And not at this stage designed to be some sort of limiting factor for opportunity of the regular angler. You want data.
Exactly.
You know,
yeah, it's a free stamp.
Yeah. Well, we see some of that scoping. So that's all I have for now. I'm sure after comment, I'll have more questions for either the department or the individual petitioners. So I'd like to open it up for public comment. I don't want to put a time limit on this. If at all, yes, Ms.
Becky had some questions she wanted to ask.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Becky, did you have some follow-ups? Because there are some statutory considerations here of these petitions. So if you have questions that I'd ask that you bring those forward.
Chair Colton, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Stuker. My question is simply for both petitioners, and that is whether or not what you presented here today is reflected in the presentation, or is reflected in the petitioners in writing, the petitions in writing. And I ask that because if there is a decision by the commission to move these forward, we will rely mostly on the petitions themselves to write the rule. And if you presented anything differently here today, it will not appear in the rule. And so I ask that if there is any difference, that you make that clear.
So Steve Lubeck here for the Sportsman's. The presentation was a summary of the written petition, and we stand on the written text of that, and we take it quite literally.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, this is Mike Bias, Fishing Outfitters Association as well. Our presentation was hit the high points of the petition, which is our presentation was simply a summary of the petition, which is what's the question? Written?
Chair Colton, may I follow up with Mr. Bias? Mr. Bias, one of the reasons why I asked is because I did not recall seeing, and it may be there, I've reviewed it a couple of times, the 10 flex trips per SRP holder that you mentioned here in your presentation.
Yeah, it's in the petition.
Okay, great. That's all I needed. If it's in there, I will find it. Thank you.
It's on page 7.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Again, our delay has been dropped down, but there's still going to be a bit of a delay from the time that someone is unmuted until we can hear them. Again, it's *9 and you'll be called upon, but be paying attention to when you're unmuted. That means it's time for you to comment, state your name and where you're from, and if you represent an organization. I don't want to put a time limit on things at this time, but we've already had a lot of comment. over the course of the number of years. And there's going to be more comment opportunities one way or another after this, most likely. So I will go ahead and ask for public comment, and we'll move through that process now. And it's on basically the two petitions that were presented. Thank you.
Hi, commissioners. This is Nick Givok with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, I appreciate this opportunity to comment. I'll make this very brief. I think Mr. Lubeck laid out well the history behind this. And it does sound like both of these entities are talking to each other and potentially can reach some type of compromise or something. But we just feel like the George Grant chapter of Trout Unlimited and other groups petition is a good starting point to get this out to the public and have a robust, healthy public discussion about this issue, which has been going on for a long time. So we'd support putting that out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givok. Further comment?
Mr. Chairman, Mac Menard with the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. We stand in opposition of the petitions as a matter of procedure and would prefer a department-led, commission-led release of the EA and subsequent robust discussion. It seems as though these two petitions represent a fairly specific point of view, and that we believe there's a larger point of view. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague with foam, but I will tell you as a representative of the outfitting industry, we take a very much of a statewide perspective, and there is a great deal of split in the industry. And it comes regarding the merits and the industry itself. Stability in the outfitting industry is important. It's important for those people who own businesses, but it's also important for the economy of Montana. We know that it's a major cornerstone to our overall economic health and well-being. That said, the petition, the approach proposed by foam is very attractive to some people because it monetizes a permit day, and then for the first generation of outfitter essentially becomes a windfall value. The second generation of outfitter who comes along is now faced with the cost of doing business. And so, yeah, there's going to be a large number of people who think, oh, this is a great idea. I've got a chance to make some money. And but the long-term consequence is worthy of thoughtful consideration on your part as policymakers. Is that truly the policy that we want to follow? And I would suggest that there are other and better ways to create stability in the industry. With respect to the merits on the sportsman's petition, I mean, this is the same kind of stuff we've run into before. It has its basis on regulate the industry, but don't regulate me. And we know that on the Madison River, the overwhelming amount of effort on that river is non-guided. So if crowding is the issue, we're basically putting our finger in the dike and the dam's ready to break. So it seems somewhat unreasonable to me and to others that are going to get regulated that we will go after the 15% of the overall use, but we're going to leave the 85% unregulated. We'll study them for a while, but we're really not going to do anything to them. And quite honestly, I question, is our management objective truly to design a system that causes people who left the fishery 10 years ago to want to come back? Is that truly our management approach? And if so, then we certainly need to be looking at rolling back not only guided use, but unguided use as well. And until we're ready to talk about overall use, it seems somewhat disingenuous to just simply point the finger at the thing that drives the economy of Ennis, West Yellowstone, and Virginia City and say, by the way, we're going to regulate you guys and life will be good. And I don't mean that in a flip way. I think these are very serious policy level decisions that you guys are faced with. I commend both organizations for their work. You know, I've worked with Mike quite a bit on that. In fact, I wrote a fair amount of that at one time. The other issue that we have with the foam petition at this point is the complexity of it. No one has spoken to what the costs administratively will be to implement that and where those costs are going to come from. And I think that it could, if we go down this path of allocating to the industry, monetizing the value of angler days, allowing for transferability, that there are ways to accomplish that that are quite a bit simpler. I'd point to the tier system. I mean, it triggered questions on part of commission members already. The flex days, it triggered questions from commission members already. And I think once the public sees what that actually looks like, we'll have difficulty. On the merits, again, bouncing back to the sportsman petition, I think we have just gone around this application of the Beaverhead Big Hole approach to the Madison River over and over and over again. And there is very compelling evidence that moving toward a system that jams people into certain areas is counter to the effort of trying to spread people out. Our goal here has to be conservation and dispersal of effort. And the walk and wade, the rest and rotation, we've been over these many, many times. There are compelling reasons that these don't fit the Madison. So I'm going to close with the notion that our recommendation, Mr. Chairman and commission members, in all respect to those petitioners that have worked so hard, is to allow the EA to go forward at your October scheduled meeting, engage in a full and robust public discourse, as my colleague, Mr. Givot, pointed out, and allow that to happen as scheduled. And that is a broader document. It's a broader discussion point, and it is a department-led, commission-led effort. I would ask that the commission and staff consider updating the EA in that effort and make sure that we are taking into account sort of the more current environmental and economic conditions of the day, and that be updated and put out at October 22nd meeting as originally planned, and look for full engagement at a time when people aren't out trying to make a living as they are today. So with that, I respectfully ask that the petitions be denied. The rulemaking follow the normal protocols of department-led, commission-led efforts, and that we see the EA updated and sent out for public review and comment at the October 22nd commission meeting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time and consideration and wish you guys all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Menard. I won't be allowed. I gave Mr. Menard some extra time based on his long involvement in this and where he sits in relation to his organization. So, but we will need to keep the comment more brief. Go ahead, next public comment.
This is Justin Manick out of Butte, Montana. I'm with Skyline Sportsman. I represent over 400 members of Skyline, and we would like to commission to adopt the Sportsman's what Steve had discussed in his presentation. Aside from that, in my personal experience in being on the upper end of the Madison River and being in the West Fork of Madison last weekend, there was boats floating down the wade section with that were guided boats, and getting out and holding the boat and letting their clients fish from outside the boat, but then getting back in and floating down. So there is multiple issues, and I've personally ran into issues with people on the river with holding boats in the middle of holes, and there's only so much river to go around people and getting yelled at and things like that. So I urge the commission to adopt Steve's presentation.
Thank you. Further comment?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, 322.
Oh, okay. Sorry. This is Mark Odegaard. Good morning to the commissioners, especially Commissioner Aldrich, who I worked with, and hello to Mike Bias, who I worked with, and hello to all the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks people we worked with on the previous rulemaking committee. I'm a native son of Montana. I was born and raised here. I went to school with Commissioner Aldrich. I've been fishing the Madison since I was 10 years old. And I have some comments. One is I support, I believe it was Mr. Menard's comments on regulating commercial fishing is not going to solve the crowding problem. I can't see why the commercial people want to regulate that, other than it probably increases the value of individual float trips. I have two more comments. One, I've done 3 major environmental assessments and around the world, and a bunch of smaller ones. I see almost no economic analysis in the current one, and its economic analysis is very difficult, and it's something that needs to be done to address the problems that any kind of regulation would cause the citizens of Madison County, and especially of the Ennis area and West Yellowstone areas. This needs to be done, and I don't think you can do it between now and when you're going to consider the environmental assessment. I addressed this in a letter to the commission earlier this year. Finally, there has been no mention at all in the EA that's available now, or any kind of deliberations about problems of global warming and environmental change. This will have a major effect on the river. I've been doing environmental type stuff since the 70s when I was with the Office of Naval Research. We funded the father of global warming, Waldy Broker, out of Lamont Observatory, Columbia University, and this needs to be addressed. I think you're afraid to do it because it opens a big can of worms and a lot of questions. But we are starting to see the effects now of climate migration out of Texas, California, due to the problems with hurricanes, wildfires, drought, and we're having unprecedented growth in the Ennis area right now due to this. And I've talked to people about it that Texans down the street say, we aren't going back. We're going to stay here. This will have a major effect on our water system, and this needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? And please just note when your microphone is no longer muted, and just announce your name and give us your comment.
Hello, this is Brian McGeehan from Bozeman, Montana. I am a fishing outfitter and have been participating actively in the Madison River planning process for several years, and would like to thank all involved for the tremendous amount of effort that's already been put in place. I would like to start with pointing out that in the two petitions that have been presented, the most important elements that we need for protecting, future-proofing the river are fairly common in both petitions, and those elements have also been supported in all of the public comment that's been received in the past as well. And specifically, the commonalities where there is broad support are setting limits on the river. Right now, we do have the data and ability to possibly set limits on outfitted use. There's broad agreement that there's concerns that the fastest growing and the largest component is non-guided use, but maybe we're not quite ready to set limits, and so gather more data through the Madison River stamp. I would recommend also do some boat counting with the idea that at some point we may need to set upper limits on all use, as has been done in other rivers in Montana, such as the Smith, and in many other rivers around the world and around the country. And there's also broad agreement to implement the congestion areas in the river tend to be access points. At least that's where we see the highest level, and to have some ambassadors at those points for education. There's also been a proposal from, I think originally from Region 3 to agree not to add any more access points below Gray Cliff, and there's not a lot of opposition to that. So those 4 points, I would recommend that the commission consider, moving to rulemaking now. And I wanted to add a few bits of clarification on some of the nuances of setting outfitter limits. There is a very important difference between the sum of each individual's outfitter limitation and actual usage. So there was a comment of if, for example, if there were flex days, would that allow for even more use than there is now? It's important to understand that if we do set limits, no one can grow, but there is always contraction with individual businesses. If we look at the Beaverhead Big Hole system, where there are upper limits, at least seasonally, in those times of year when there are limits on the Beaverhead, only 33% of the existing allocated days are used. And this is this is the highest level of use over the past 3 years that we have data. On the Big Hole River, of all of the allocated days, only 70% of those are used in that allocated window. So what's realistic to expect on the Madison, once limits are set, there will be a few outfitters that butt up against those historic use limits, but there'll be many others that will decline. So it is very important to have some method to allow to not let the industry decline too much, because the economy relies so heavily on it, and to have some flexible methods for there to be continued growth as long as it remains under a finite limit. This also is important for allowing new entry of future outfitters in the future, and allowing for recent additions to the outfitting industry to continue to grow, allow their businesses to grow and flourish, as long as, again, the entire industry remains under a cap. I wanted to make a comment on the transferability. permits do already transfer. When those transfer, sometimes the business, sells in its entirety. Sometimes an outfitter sells off one part of his business. That already happens. What's very important, but right now, when a permit transfers, the whole permit transfers, and what happens is the number of permits get smaller and smaller and smaller, like on the BH2 Beaverhead Big Hole system, and the permit usage gets larger and larger and larger, and that really is a barrier for new entrants into the system, and that's what we want to see avoided. We want to see transferability so that the small growing outfitter can grow incrementally and not have to buy out another very large permit, which is an obstacle. So we want to see fluidity under a cap. So while there is broad support for the most important areas here, which again, what we're really talking about is how many people should be on the river, we need to set limits on that. We can set limits on commercial use now. We have broad support for that. We should also have a pathway for setting limits on unguided use, which is what 89% or 89% of all the use. It's also the fastest growing segment of use. If you were on the river this spring when there was no guided trips by law during the lockdowns and there were difficulties traveling in Montana with travel restrictions, the access points were just packed. There was tremendous usage by us, the residents of Montana. And we have an amazing fueling growth of the population growth here in the Gallatin County where I live. We have 12 new residents to Montana coming to the Gallatin County every single day, thousands of new residents every single year. We're on track to grow by hundreds of percentage points in the next coming decades. And if we don't have a mechanism to set some future limits, we're at great risk of, even with some restrictions now on guided trips, it's sort of scary to me to think what the river might look like if we don't have some mechanisms. There are models around the country for how do we eventually set limits once we gather data for our own usage as private users. We can look at Michigan for a model where they have boater passes. And so what I would propose is considering something like that for 3-4 years out once we have a better idea of all use levels. And it's a simple system. You go online for a few dollars. If you buy a boater pass, once you hit a certain amount of limitations on what the river's capacity is, you have to find another day to go or go fishing somewhere else. Under a system like that, it would be very easy to carve out a section for the Montana resident sportsman and preserve that level of access. So I do have some concerns with some of the restrictions in the current wade areas. Basically, where you have higher water levels, it is very, very difficult to wade down the river. Boats are a way to go down, to park, anchor, get out, fish a little bit. So we gain access. There's a tremendous amount of private access in those wade-only areas. And if you're limited to on-foot travel, many sections of those rivers are only realistically accessed through private land.
Mr. McGeehan, I'm going to have to ask that you wrap it up. You've gone for a little over 5 minutes now.
Okay. Well, I think I made my point. I have concerns with restroom rotation as well, as it does not limit the number of use. And I'll stop my comments there. Thank you so much for all of your efforts.
Thank you. Given the long agenda we have today, I'm gonna put everybody on a 2-minute timer from here on out. And so let's go ahead and start our continue with our comment. Thank you.
From Ennis, Montana. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Chair Colton, Commissioners, and Director Williams. As part of their petition, the George Grant chapter of Trout Unlimited is proposing to severely restrict public access on 2 stretches of the Madison River, those being Quake Lake to Lyons and Ennistown sites and Ennis Lake every summer weekend. Currently, many people flow through private land. Due to the river conditions, many miles of these sections are inaccessible without boat. If their proposal were implemented, every summer weekend, Montanans would lose the access to about 5 miles of Madison and 120 acres of public land. Public access is of high value to Montana's. FWP regulation should not create privatized sections of our public lands and waters. George Grant TU claims one of their goals is to ensure the long-term health and sustainability of the fishery. In fact, their proposal does the opposite. It results in increased hooking mortality and riparian damage near the access site. With the use of the boat, fishing pressure is sped out over the river, reducing the potential for a given fish to be hooked. With the boat ban, fishing pressure will be clustered around the access site, increasing the chances of fish in those areas to be hooked and resulting in increased hooking mortality. FWP estimates the boat ban will result in 2,960 more angler days on the upper weight section. Depending on how the increase is spread out, it will result in somewhere between 27 to 65 more anglers clustered around the access site each day. In addition to increased hooking mortality, the boat ban will result in riparian damage. In 2018, the FWP environmental analysis of a boat ban found if weight angling increased overall or in specific locations, increased disturbance and erosion could occur. Now with the FWP's estimate of 27 to 65 weight anglers a day clustered around the access site, riparian damage is sure to happen. Last December, the governor's office released a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan providing goals and a vision for outdoor recreation. The first goal is to provide better recreational opportunities for those with disabilities. The second, look for solutions to landlocked public lands. The boat ban is in direct contradiction to both these goals. One would think the plans for the Madison should align with the statewide plan. The GGTU proposal increases hooking mortality, damages the riparian environment, increases crowding, eliminates public access on long stretches of the Madison. Clearly, this proposal should be rejected. Thank you.
Sir that just spoke, can you please state your name for the record?
Richard Gockel, G-O-C-K-E-L.
Thank you.
Further comment?
Yes, Commission Chairman, this is David McKernan from Anaconda. And I'd like to point out that this process has gone on for 40 years, and the time is now. I'd like to point out the survey, which the survey results, and I would like to support the sportsman's petition. I also would like to point out that the rest and rotation reaches are great for teaching like a grandson. I have a 14-year-old grandson that I'm teaching to row, and this summer that section has been great on the big hole to try and teach my grandson to row at 14 years old. So again, I support the sportsman's petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment?
Yes, my name is Dale Trivy, and I live in Miles City, Montana. I'm part of the Montana Sportsman Alliance. Make my comments brief. First off, I would encourage the department and the commission to look at the science that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has compiled. Specifically, both petitions asked for a base of a 2019 level of use. However, I believe Fish, Wildlife, and Parks data that was presented earlier by Mr. Horton showed the fish populations have been declining prior to that. We would ask that you look at data prior to, or look at a cap that's based on years prior to 2019. In addition, the transfer of client use days puts a monetary value on these permits. One of the earlier speakers talked about how this would restrict new people from getting into the business, which we believe would occur. Allowing a monetary value to be put on these user days is not good for new outfitters. It certainly will make it much more difficult if further studies down the road come to a conclusion that there needs to be a decrease in paid for these client use days. How will that occur? There'll be a great amount of pushback, so we would ask that you consider not allowing monetary value to be put on these use days. And then finally, we ask that you reinstate the walkway sections only. When the $3 bridge area was acquired, it's our understanding that that was a promise that was made to the landowners that generously allowed for those easements, that would be walkwayed only. It was certainly one of the areas that, or one of their expectations. And as we understand, it's also follows in line with statute in the state that these areas are walkwayed only, and it means fishing from or moving up and down the river in a boat is not allowed. With that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment?
Chairman Colton, Commissioners, this is Quincy Johnson from Ennis. I just wanted to reiterate those same points that Dale just brought up. First being that those two petitions both reference 2019 and 2020 years as the cap for commercial days. FWP biologists have stated that these years are in fact too high, and we've already seen fish counts decline. So we need to choose a day prior to 2019 and 2020. The second point that I support is a walkway section. I think it's important to provide a diversity of angling opportunities on the river, and these walkway sections do just that. And lastly, I would like to see us avoid monetizing days on a public resource like we saw on the Big Hole. So those are the three things I hope you can consider when moving forward, and I thank you all for your hard work on this important topic.
Thank you. Further comment, of course, and announce your name and where you're from, please, when you're unmuted.
Chairman Colton and Commissioners, this is Joe Dale Schneider in Ennis. Hope you can hear me well. Thank you for allowing comment and for all the hard work on this. Very briefly, I would just like to voice my support for moving forward here today, specifically with the foam plan. I'm on the river every day, one of the largest outfitters here, and I can assure you it's busier than ever. A big portion of that is non-commercial. However, commercial use is booming since late June. So I'd encourage you to move forward with foam's plan. I do support capping and allocating commercial use. Exactly where is a tough call, but I think it's the only solution. People would like to come up with something, different, something better that somehow boxes out any monetization. I have not heard, after all these years, nobody's been able to articulate a plan for that. So if it's out there, I haven't heard about it. I would also like to say, I think that rest and rotation is not a good idea on the Upper Madison, or a moratorium on commercial use in specific sections. I think will cause a lot of problems for everybody. And so I would be careful about doing that. I don't think we have to solve all the world's problems in one day. I think the most important issue here is addressing growth and finding a method to address the growth curve. Lastly, the references to the FWP fish shocking data from last year. I don't believe that that Mr. Horton or anyone else has specifically stated or indicated that the decline in fish numbers is due to angling pressure, but that's the inference that several people are making. So I just want to be careful about that until we get some clarification on what they suppose is causing the decline. To assume that it's because of angling pressure, I think is an error. So thank you so much for allowing me to comment, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Dilschneider. Further comment? Do we have further comment? Go ahead and state your name if you can hear me. Do you have anybody else? *9 to be requested.
Mr. Morris, you're able to talk.
Thank you. Again, my name is Roy Morris. I'm from Butte, Montana. I appreciate the opportunity to make a comment and urge you to formulate some kind of river regulations on the Madison River. The process has been going on for many, many years, and it continues to get delayed. So please don't continue to delay some sort of regulations. Don't use any one petition, as well as take any particular comments, but put them all together, make the most equitable regulations that you can, and make the regulations that can change and evolve as needed in the future. But continuing to delay is not the path to go down. Make some kind of regulations. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Any further comment?
Chair Colton, members of the commission, there are no further comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'll return it back to the commission here for any follow-up questions with either the petitioners or members of staff.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions. The first one there's a couple of references to the fish population data, as well as the ratio of commercial use to non-commercial use. I think Travis Horton might be the best one to answer the question first. Is that representation of 89% non-commercial, 11% commercial, representative of the information as you understand?
Chairman Colton, members of the commission, thank you for the question. It is accurate when you consider the year-round perspective as well as the whole 60 miles of river there. The devil's always in the details, of course. The majority of the use in the upper Walk Wade section is the non-resident, non-commercial user. Once you get down to Lions Bridge, the data we have collected over the years suggests that year-round commercial use is 50% of the use in that reach. Some days are up to 100% depending on the day and location. In terms of the fish population data, Mr. Joe Dilschneider made the comment about not knowing what the cause is, and he's absolutely correct. We don't know that cause yet. That reach is largely non-resident, non-commercial fishing that Pine Butte section. And we will have crews out there later this month beginning to do our fall sampling, and we're planning on taking otoliths so we can get accurate age data to get some accurate mortality rates that'll allow us to compare among sections.
Thanks, Travis. Mr. Chairman, I have another question, if I may.
Certainly.
I thought I saw I believe it's in the both petitions, there's a call for access site management, or another way to put it was the ambassador program. I'm not sure that has to go through rulemaking. So I guess the question would be for either Dr. Ryce or Chief Legal Counsel Dockter. There's portions of these that are not amenable, or I don't think would require rulemaking. Could you elaborate on that? Is that true, or can everything be chock-a-block into a rule?
Chair Colton, Commissioner Byorth, I wasn't sure if Eileen was going to answer or if I was, so I can jump in, and if you have something to add, Eileen, I'd welcome that. You are correct, Commissioner Byorth. And certainly that is a question that I had about what is actually meant by access site management. That isn't something that has to be in rulemaking. And because it's mostly a commitment by the department to do some sort of action at a site, we can do that without putting it into a rule. And in fact, I would encourage us not to put it in rule, because usually a rule is a public facing and affecting action by the department, as opposed to something that's speaking internally to the to itself. And so though it's not prohibited, I would encourage us to keep it out of the rule if that's something that won't be required of the department in a rule, or that would be required of the department in a rule. Eileen, do you have anything to add on that?
Chair Colton, Commissioner Byworth, Commissioners, no, I don't have anything else to add unless Commissioner Byworth, you had more specific questions related to access site management or a proposed ambassador program.
Dr. Rice, I see, to get to the point, I believe I had heard the Fisheries Division and the region commit to looking at access site management and also flow of use. Am I correct in that there was a commitment?
Chair Colton, Commissioner Byworth, that is correct, and that is work that we have already initiated. We have started to look at, like you called it, the flow of use at those sites. We're looking for ways to use signage or markings on the ground to help with that flow of traffic. And we're gonna continue to do that. There's ways that we can redesign our sites that would certainly help. And as we look towards next season, we'll look at continuing that work in any way we can to help the flow at those congested sites.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Horton another question relative to utilization on the upper reaches. So much of the outfitter use involves a 4-month period, where about 85% of their total use for the year happens between June and September. And a lot of the use is really in that period of the upper reaches where salmon flies are buzzing around pretty good and fishing's good. But at one point, you had some cameras that you used to try to differentiate between the floater use of commercial versus non-commercial. And I recall a couple of reaches and as much as 70% of the use in those reaches coming out of those camera results were commercial. Is that still close to right?
Chairman Colton, members of the commission, yes, that is correct. And we have a camera, or we have had a camera up at Lions Bridge. And I'm showing those data right now. It's on average, this is the period of time, generally speaking, between May and October. And let's see, I thought I got to it, but in that time frame, on average, it's 70%, about 67% use at that location is commercial. As you can see from these data here in front of you, many of those blue lines touch 100%. And admittedly, this is the most busy, the most outfitted section of the river. And so you're not going to see this in all river sections. But if we go back down to our creel survey, this illustrates that 50% number I mentioned a little while ago. That dotted line represents commercial use percentage. You can see Hebgen, Reynolds, $3, Pine Butte, Eagles Nest are fairly low. Once you get to Lions, the percentage jumps up. And of course, these are takeouts. That's why Lions is so low. You can see it goes up, and this is year-round information. It stays high all the way through Ennis, and drops back down the lower walkway section. And this again is 50% of the use year round on average. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes, it does, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions?
No, wait.
Just briefly to Eileen and Dawn, you know, throughout this process, you guys have all voiced a desire to capture more data in order to kind of address the elephant in the room, which is the non-commercial use. And a lot of people have spoken about that. What I'm seeing is, you know, there's kind of three major goals that were raised by both the petitioners and some of the commenters. And there's a desire to protect the resource, a desire to provide some diversity of angling and get to this issue of the next stage of growth that is coming, and the existing growth and crowding, and then providing some measure of economic sustainability, both commercial and the folks that are actually on the river and those that rely on it. With regard to the non-commercial use, though, Eileen or Dawn, give me some instruction about how a regulation or rule is going to assist the department moving forward with that particular item.
Chair Cole and members of the commission, so I think I understand your question. You're basically asking what how a rule could help with that data information or data gap that we've been talking about. So to address that, the place where we really lack information right now is that non-commercial use on the river. Right now, we do have some ways to get that information through our angler surveys. Mr. Horton mentioned camera use. We've used some other means, but we really do not have a good, broad, comprehensive look of how much non-commercial use there is on the river from all user groups, including angling and non-angling. We have a better picture of the angling use through our statewide angling survey data. That's a survey that we do every other year. So one of the things that we have discussed as an option is using a way to gather basic information on who's using the river, even starting off with as simple as contact information so as we can follow up with questions. That's where the idea of the no cost, no limit stamp came from, simply to get that user information. What we've been talking about doing is combining that with some on the ground, more sort of ground truthing surveys where we could use, you know, a combination of what people typically see as creel surveys, you know, people at the boat ramps interviewing as people are coming on or off the river, and we could use mail surveys. We've also been talking about more advanced technology ways we can get that information. But the ultimate goal would be to get more information on the who and the what and the where. With that, because right now we really don't have that baseline information. And let me just turn it quickly to Don to see if he has anything else to add to that.
Yeah, Commissioner Colton. Yeah, part of the idea behind the stamp is to, I guess, lack of putting it another way, is understand our universe of users out there. With our angler surveys, we know who those are. They buy licenses. So it's easy to survey them. And that's how we get the angler pressure estimates. We don't have that for non-commercial users. And so this idea of a stamp, a mandatory reporting, that establishes our pool of users that we can then come up with, we can query in terms of their experiences or when they're using the river and why and what their expectations and opinions are. So that mandatory reporting could look a number of different ways, but that's the purpose behind establishing that. Just one little follow-up on one thing that Eileen said about the on-the-ground surveys that would accompany that. I don't know, people who have been recreating on the Upper Yellowstone this summer, we're actually kind of test driving some of those methods right now as we speak. We've kind of entered into a collaborative effort with the University of Montana Institute of Tourism Research, Norman Nickerson's group, and then the Upper Yellowstone Watershed group. So we're going out kind of looking at doing intercept surveys, that is people that are getting on and off the river, asking them questions about their experiences. We're doing observations, boat counts, and we're also looking at cameras and the technology to kind of automate boat counting through cameras. So hopefully that type of information can be used, I guess, in addition to any kind of mandatory reporting that we have through the stamp. So we're hoping that'll all be ready to go if this moves forward.
Chair Colton, just to add one additional sort of level to this, I hope this is clear, but the idea here is that this data collection would then be used to inform any next steps. Like I say, we don't have this baseline information right now. We've heard from several people a desire to take that next step. We look at this as being the first step towards that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chairman Stuker.
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
Start off by apologizing. I hate to criticize people not being in their shoes, but some of the comments that I'm going to make are going to be critical of the department. I agree with Mr. Lubeck. This has been studied for 40 plus years, and nothing ever seems to come forward. The information that's needed. I do agree with a lot of the comments that something needs to go out to the public. I'm not sure it's either one of these petitions, the EA, and actually doing research. I went back and found the River Citizens Advisory Group for the Madison and their final recommendations of May 13th, 2013. Now, that Citizens Advisory Committee, I think, met 10 times, is said in there in 2012. This never really hit the commission. As I recall, and you know, with changing commissioners, Commissioner Colton was on the commission when this Citizens Advisory was formed, but Dan Vermillion, our ex-chairman, was the only one left when it finally came to the commission. But how it came to the commission, as I recall, was the department, as has been previously stated, was having some financial troubles at that time. And they said this proposal was too expensive to implement. And they made some changes and brought something to the commission. I think it was in 14 or the end of 13, which the commission promptly voted down. But as I look at this citizens' recommendation, one of the interesting things on page 8, and it's something that I've been saying for quite a while, we need to figure out the carrying capacity of the Madison River. And that was one of their recommendations. Because they realized, I think, that the non-commercial usage was going to continue to increase probably faster than the commercial use. And when you go to the EA that we were going to look at in June, there are a lot of data in that EA that leads me to believe that the department has a lot of information there, because when they talk to 11% or 13% is commercial, somewhere they have to have gotten data that shows 87 to 89% is non-commercial. They also have in there that I believe it was between 2013 and 2017, the annual increase in non-commercial use, I believe, was 16%. So where did they come up with these numbers if they don't have a lot of data? Now, yeah, there you can always study an issue to death and continue to study it. And that seems to be what we're doing on the Madison, always saying we don't have enough information to make a decision. And as I've stated for the last 4 years or so or longer, I think we need to come up with the carrying capacity of the river. We also need to look at the non-commercial, and there are a lot of reasons I think we haven't or do not want to address that situation, but it needs to be addressed. And I guess one of the things that I'm going to say is a rancher's perspective here. If I have a pasture that'll carry 200 head of cows and I have 100 Angus, 100 Hereford, and 100 Charolais in that pasture, that's 300 head. That's too much for the resource. But if I go in and take out 100 head of Charolais and put another 100 head of Angus in, I'm back at the same problem. And that's kind of what I'm seeing in all of these things that are proposed, based again on the data that was in the EA, is we could totally eliminate, and I think somebody said that earlier, Dr. Bias, I believe, all of the commercial usage on the river. And in 1 year, that would more than backfill by non-commercial use. And so we're sitting there and we're being asked to vote on petitions and whatnot that will regulate and possibly affect the economy of some of these areas: Ennis, West Yellowstone, Virginia City, Three Forks. But yet, to me, there is nothing in these proposals that deal with the resource, because we're just transferring one user to another. And we're continuing to let the growth of the use on the river continue to increase. Now, if the resource will stand that, that's great. I'm all for more people getting out and fishing and enjoying the outdoors. But if that resource, as seems to be indicated by some individuals and some papers that we've received, will not, then we're really not accomplishing anything. And so, like I say, I kind of like, and there are some things that have already been accomplished from that Missouri River Citizens Advisory Committee report, but there are a number of other issues in there, like establishing the carrying capacity. And whatever we go out with, I hope that that will be included in whatever motion is made to have the department figure out, based on the resource, what it will carry. With that, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I might have the floor for a minute.
Yes, please.
I don't disagree with Vice Chair Stuker in that we have a lot of information piled up over the years. Where I would disagree is the idea that we don't know carrying capacity. The fact that we are in conflict, we have gone from 130,000 to over 215,000 angler days just in the upper river alone in the last 9 years suggests that we've bumped up against carrying capacity. The trout population data is not conclusive, but as a former biologist and one who collected about 7 or 8 years of that data, I'm concerned. I see the older age classes most susceptible to angling pressure starting to dwindle. So for that reason, I do not think we can delay our action anymore. And I'd like to move the commission to adopt both petitions, to initiate rulemaking, directing the FWP staff to draft a rule that goes out for public comment, including the elements of both petitions, but where those petitions differ, those differences should be represented as different options. I would exclude, however, the access site management ambassador program that does not need to be included in the rule.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. There's been a lot of discussion. As I understand, the motion would be to move both petitions forward, essentially to take the elements of the petitions with the exception of the access ambassador and create rule language based on those. Of course, identifying those areas where they stand in conflict with one another as options, or where they're inconsistent with one another, that those would be addressed as options.
Mr. Chairman, if I may comment, please.
Yes.
Mr. Byorth may have misunderstood my comment. I do think we have reached capacity, but we need something official from the department saying what the capacity is. We're just guessing. And what I said is if we haven't, then I don't have a problem with more use. But I think we have. I think we've exceeded capacity of this river, and the department needs to bring something forward. Now, I do not know if, I do not see any of that in the petition, either petition right now asking that question. It's just saying we're going to study more. So whether that was included in Mr. Commissioner Byorth's motion for the department to come back with that information, and that would be a question I would ask Pat.
Thanks for clarifying, Vice Chairman. I believe that the application of the non-commercial stamp and the work that Fisheries Division, Dr. Rice and Mr. Scar are collecting in the Yellowstone are great examples of how we get to that question. I don't know that carrying capacity is easily defined, but I think the petitions represent both a way to look at commercial use and non-commercial use in a way that get us to that answer. But thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Aldrich and then Commissioner Stuker.
I get the feeling that, putting these two together without some further clarification, might put us in that, what does it look like when you make sausage, and I don't mean that as a humorous way, but I think for me, there are two distinctly different tones to the petitions. The sportsman's petition really talks about a conflict on the river and some specific tools to deal with that. And the foam petition talks more about managing commercial use and putting some specific tools in there that may may confuse how this would fit together really well, because I think that's almost a separate topic, you know, some of the things that putting a cap on use and perhaps allocating use, but there's beyond that. I think, you know, I just want to have some assurance that I have a feel for what's going to come out, you know, before we put the mix together.
Commissioner, Vice Chairman Studer.
I agree with Commissioner Aldrich. I think both of them, and I guess I should start by stating, I appreciate all the work that both organizations put in, getting it forward, bringing the petitions, all the work the department did, and Commissioner Byorth was very much involved, so thank you. But I think they are different, as Tim said. And the one does talk about more along the lines of what I was stating earlier, I think, in regards to trying to figure out what the river will carry. And the foam one, there are things in there that I like, but yet, as stated, I do have a problem with monitorizing those days. I know we've done that, I think over on the Big Hole and some other areas, but those are concerns I have because it is a one-time thing. And I'm always leery that when somebody's proposing something, they possibly have a big payday coming from it. And I'm not saying that's the reason it was proposed that way, but I have some concerns there. And I guess for me personally, if I don't have some assurance that this information is going to be presented to us in a timely manner, based on the 8 years I've served on the commission in regards to this, I'm going to have a real tough time supporting either of these without something added in there that the department will bring us, or whoever the commission is, that information back in a timely fashion, and not wait another 8 years to address it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Brower.
You know, since I've been on the commission, the Madison has been on the forefront of the talk the entire time. And I do, I kind of share sentiments of everybody, that I think there's parts of each that aren't as comfortable with, or that everybody's comfortable with. But ultimately, I think we are missing the chance for the public to comment on specifics. We get to send something out, and I think it's important to get that. And I think there's a sentiment out there that states that if we send something out for comment, the writing's on the wall. But when I was just coming up on the commission, I remember we sent the Quiet Waters Initiative out for comment several times, and it ended up not going through due to public comment that was given. So I just really think we are missing some of the voice of the public, just to look at certain specifics. And maybe these two entities can continue to work together, come up with some agreements while looking at the Madison EA that came out of the department, and hopefully we can come up with something. But I would avoid wanting to know what it looks like now at the end of the process. We still have to let the process go through. We're not going to have something perfect going in, but if people continue to work together, I think we'll have something that everybody can swallow, even if it's a little hard to swallow some parts. Thank you.
Chair Colton, this is Becky. Can I clarify some process piece I forgot to mention?
No, and I think that'd be helpful, because I think there's some measure of agreement here with all the commissioners. It's just method is tripping us up a little bit. So please.
Chair Colton, commissioners, I've heard Commissioner Stuker and Commissioner Brower now mention, and some members of the public, the environmental assessment that was released and considered and then pulled from consideration earlier this summer. One thing I did not say was that we will be issuing, fisheries will be issuing another environmental assessment in conjunction with this rulemaking process. that process was started, and we'd like to follow that through. So it speaks to some of the issues here, perhaps not all of them, but there would be an environmental assessment done. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask Becky a quick question.
Yeah.
Becky, the environmental assessment you're working on is an update to the one that was sent out in June, on June 13th. And would that be sent out along with the petitions, or would that be something we would look at a later date?
Chair Colton, Commissioner Stuker, it would be the former. So yes, it would be sent out along with the rulemaking, the notice of rule, and it would be tailored to whatever the commission decides here today, and analyzing the impacts of that action on the human environment, which, as you know, affects economic, aesthetic, resource, etc. And so it would be a look at what the commission would do here today. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
And
Mr.
Becky,
Chairman,
go ahead. Tim.
Yeah, I just want to respond, I guess, to Commissioner Brower. I probably overstated what I should have said, and I don't expect to know the results, total results, before we get there. I want to know how we're going to include in one rule or whatever something that deals very substantially, with the management of the commercial operations on the Madison River, and also deals with the social conflicts, which I think we have some responsibility to address at some point, brought up rather well, and with tools included, that comes from the sportsman's petition. To me, they fit together at some points, but boy, there's going to be really different comments on both sides of that if it ends up in one document for people to look at.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yeah.
I want everybody to remember the bigger picture, the long history of working on this problem, the most recent history where the two petitions actually represent refinements dating last fall and even last summer. A year ago in August, we met in Madison, or in Missoula, and this topic came up. So this isn't just two petitions or repetition of old petitions. This is a refinement of two petitions. One, by folks who represent them to regulate themselves, the commercial end, and two, the angling public, trying really hard to address our goals, protecting the resource, and consideration of both the ecological and economic health of the system. This isn't just out of the blue. We've been working on this ad nauseum. We had a very well-structured EA that actually never was released to the public. We never approved that. That just languished and then went away with the June 13th meeting. So I think it would be irresponsible for us to not move forward. Recall Ms. Dockter's presentation that this would initiate a public process where we could refine and answer some of those questions that some of the commissioners raised. I think we need to move forward, and I think this is the time and the means to do it. I think we're ready. We've gotten as much information as we can get for now, and in the future that this would be an iterative process. This isn't setting anything in stone. This is starting to carve something that will be playing out over many years, including iterative analysis and refinement over the years. So I urge you all to move this project forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call for the vote.
I think it's time to do that. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I would just restate Pat's last comments. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. The department has been directed to engage in draft rule language and follow that rulemaking process. I appreciate everybody's participation here. I think this was a good decision to start this process, and we now have something tangible out in front of the public that they can comment on. We are about 2 hours off of schedule as posted. So those people that are here for the license auctioning, that's going to be probably a little later in the day. We have to finish the rest of fisheries. I propose that we take, I think we all need a break now. So let's take a full 30 minutes and maybe we can get a little bite to eat and come back right at 12:40 and we'll pick up with the fisheries agenda. And if the department can think of ways to streamline presentations, then I would encourage them to do so if there's items that could be taken at the same time. Thank you. And in recess. Okay. Thank you, fellow commissioners, for that constructive dialogue and that kind of marathon session. I also appreciate the respect shown to one another, as always. So if I see things right, it looks like we're going to kick off with fisheries and Nixon Bridge.
Chair Colton, we are more than ready to kick off here. Fisheries hasn't actually started yet based on the agenda, so I'll just introduce myself to everybody. I'm the Fisheries Division Chief, Eileen Ryce. Actually, our first item is we need to, we're required by law to give you a quick update on hoot owl restrictions. We'll do that before jumping into our agenda, but I promise we will be as quick as possible. So I'm sure you're all aware we've had a fairly hot summer. We issue fishing restrictions when temperatures and/or flows reach criteria outlined in rule or in drought management plans. Hoot owl restrictions limit fishing to the hours of between midnight and 2 p.m. And those are currently implemented in areas in southwest and west central Montana on sections of the Sun River on July 31st, and on August 6th on the entire Jefferson River, portions of the Beaverhead, the Big Hole, Ruby, and Gallatin rivers. Flows and temperatures on all these rivers have begun to improve, but have not yet met criteria to lift the restrictions. Currently, daylight hours are decreasing at 20 minutes per week, which will have a large impact on water temperatures. So at this stage, we do not anticipate having to implement any more fishing restrictions. So that's the quick hoot owl summary. And if there's no questions on that, I will jump right into our first agenda item.
Are there any questions from the commission on hoot owl? And Eileen, if it's not too far out of procedure, I think if you wouldn't mind presenting these two closures together, and then if a commissioner wants to pull them out and vote on them separately, they can. But I think if you presented them together, we could move them together, unless that'd be helpful.
Absolutely, yes. These next two items are very similar. They're both finals. One is for a temporary closure due to construction at Nixon Bridge on the Gallatin River. The other is a temporary closure on the Clark Fork at a bridge that's being replaced in Deer Lodge. Both of these are to allow for public safety during construction. The sections would only be closed temporarily and only when those periods are needed to provide for public safety. Our recommendation, before I go to our recommendation on both, there was a public comment period from June 29th to July 13th. No public comment was received on either. And our recommendation is to authorize the temporary closure on both rivers to allow for public safety during construction.
I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Byworth.
I'd move the commission approve an annual rule authorizing FWP in consultation with the local commissioner to temporarily close a portion of the Gallatin River and the Clark Fork River on a short-term basis as necessary to safely complete removal of the existing bridges and construction of new bridges during the summer of 2020.
Second.
Motion is second. Any comment or discussion from the commission? This is a final, but any comment from the public? Any comment from the public? All in favor
Chair
of the,
Colton, Commissioners, there are no comments.
thank you, Kim. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Future fisheries.
All right, our next item is another item that you're used to hearing from us on. This is the Future Fisheries Summer Cycle of Recommendations from the panel. For the summer cycle, the Citizens Review Panel recommends funding 9 out of 9 submitted proposals for a cost of $228,793.62. What's notable is the matching funds or in-kind contributions total over 700,000, which is a match of 3-to-1. If these 9 recommended funding proposals are approved, it would leave that account with $36,000 left for the winter cycle. This is obviously leaves us fairly short for the winter cycle, and this is becoming an increasing trend where there's an increasing demand for these funds to do good habitat projects. 36,000 really won't go very far for any habitat improvement. I wanted to mention one project that's been in the news a lot recently that Future Fisheries helped to fund and is a great example of the good work that this program does. And that's the Rattlesnake Dam removal in Region 2. That dam and infrastructure was removed this week, which has provided more continuous stream miles, and that project has been highly successful. So with that, our recommendation is for the Commission to approve the proposal from the Citizens Review Panel to fund the 9 projects as listed.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Commission approve the Citizens Review Panel funding recommendation for the summer of 2020 funding cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Program.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comment from the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Dr. Rice, would you just remind me how that is funded, the Future Fisheries program, how that program gets its funding?
That's a great question, Commissioner Brower, and I am going to send you over to Mr. Roberts because right now my mind is drawing a complete blank.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Eric Roberts, Fisheries Management Bureau Chief with the Fisheries Division. It's funded through a couple different ways. It's through the Resource Indemnity Trust. That funds for native fish projects, and then we also get funding through general license fees, and that's more sort of the sport fishing type projects. But all of them are habitat projects intended to improve wild fisheries.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Chair Colton, before moving on to our final agenda items, we did have a very quick and short recognition to make. Many of you probably know the name Jim Stone. Jim has served on the Future Fisheries panel for over 20 years and has been chair of the panel for over 5. Jim Stone just recently retired from the Future Fisheries panel, and Clint Peck is taking over as the chair. I can't say enough to recognize how great Jim's support has been over the years. He's a legend when it comes to habitat restoration, and he will be sorely missed from the panel. Jim had hoped to be here, but he gave me a short thing to say on his behalf. He wanted to say how very honored he was to be on the panel, and he has enjoyed working with the panel and all of us throughout the year. We do have a letter from the director and a very nice plaque that we will get to Jim shortly. So with that.
Well, thank you. I saw that Jim was on earlier, I wish we would have had an opportunity to thank him. I didn't realize that he wouldn't be able to make it later, and I should have checked on that. But this is being recorded, and I can assure you that this commission and all the ones that you've worked with over your 20+ years have appreciated this effort, because this is the part of the job that's fun when you're identifying these projects and thinking about the improvement and how all the funding comes together. And without that citizen advisory committee and good leadership there, it would be an almost impossible task for us to sort through and pick out winners and losers. And so his time is just so appreciated and so enormously beneficial to the state of Montana and the health of our fisheries. So thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Chair Colton, and we will be visiting with Mr. Stone in the near future, and we will be sure to pass that message along to him. With that, Chair. Chair Colton, with your permission, it sounds like we do have a member of the public who would like to comment on future fisheries. Mr. Elliott from Trout Unlimited.
Oh, my apologies, Clayton. Yes, go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I don't have too much to add. I mainly wanted to express my gratitude to both FWP staff and that citizen review panel that does a lot of work in sorting through these projects. I would also just be remiss not to add to Eric's very good explanation of where this funding comes from. Then with those funding sources, then they do go in front of the legislature, and we have to work hard to help educate members of the subcommittee and the full appropriations committee on the importance of these projects and the good work that is done to get that spending authority. So, and appreciate FWP staff in helping to do that. I just wanted to offer, Dr. Ryce mentioned the Rattlesnake Dam project being a future fisheries. Obviously, we've been heavily involved in that and would welcome the opportunity of any of the commission members, if they want to do a tour while we're still in construction season, to let me know. And that offer goes beyond to these projects that were in front of you today. Thank you for approving them, and would just offer, we're involved with 5 of the 9 proposed, well, not the approved projects now. And so if folks are interested in getting out and seeing some of the dirt being moved in these really well thought out, well designed, and good projects for fisheries habitat, that that offer always stands. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Elliott, and of course, thanks to you for all their funding and making this possible. And I appreciate Martha and Eileen capturing that. I was moving too fast. Next item.
All right, our next item is our 2021 fishing regulation cycle. This is a proposal at this stage, and I am going to turn it over to Mr. Roberts, our Fisheries Management Bureau Chief, to do the presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, Eric Roberts, Fisheries Management Bureau Chief with the Fisheries Division. I'm just going to give a very brief overview of 20 proposals that are before you as far as changes go for this year, for the 2021 fishing regulations. The fishing regulation setting process conducted on a 4-year cycle. We just did a large scale review last year. Our next big public scoping effort and public outreach effort is expected to occur in 2023 to be implemented for the 2024 regulations. So this year is considered an off-cycle year. During an off-cycle year, any reg changes need to meet 5 criteria, one or more of 5 criteria. That's either clarifications, enforcement, conservation, relevancy, or management plans. All the proposals before you today meet one or more of these criteria. If approved by the department, we'll release these tentative regulations out for public comment. We'll put those out for at least 30 days. Due to COVID concerns, we're not planning any open houses like we normally would, but we are going to plan some additional outreach through social media, work with our ComEd folks to see if we can identify other ways that we can get the word out about these proposals that we're changing. And then, or these proposed changes. And then, like I said, there's 20 that we have. That's in the packet that was sent to you. There are a couple of proposals in that are different. I want to highlight those two, and then I'll open it up to the commission to any questions. The first one that I wanted to point out is proposal number 1. This is a Western District Walleye Catch, Kill, and Report regulation. What we're proposing is a little bit different than what is in your packet, and so what goes out to the public is more what I'll describe here. The intent of this proposal is to stop the illegal introduction of walleye in the Western Fishing District, especially in FWP Region 1. In recent years, catch, kill, report regulations have been put in place to combat illegal introductions in Swan Lake and Upper Thompson Lake. This regulation is expected to expedite the discovery of illegally introduced walleye and provide the opportunity to take action before a population becomes established. It additionally capitalizes the use of angling as a tool for discovering illegal walleye introductions. This walleye management measure is not intended to change walleye management in the Clark Fork River reservoirs. So we modified the language that we're presenting to you today. We modified the language to reflect that walleye captured below Thompson Falls Dam, so basically Knoxon Rapids and Cabinet Gorge reservoirs, are not required to be harvested. So that specific language is just adding on to the packet that you have before you. We just added the statement, does not include Clark Fork reservoirs downstream of Thompson Falls dams. See exceptions for the Clark Fork River. And then in the Clark Fork River exceptions, we add an additional exception for Thompson Falls Dam to the Idaho border, walleye, no limit. So that's basically our current strategy there for managing in the reservoirs. So the intention of this change is not intended to change our walleye management strategies for the Clark Fork reservoirs below Thompson Falls Dam. And then one other area that I wanted to point out that's slightly different than the packet that you had in proposal 4 for Flathead River, proposed changes for clarification. On that last bullet point, we intended to strike out the bass regulation on that. And so that last bullet on that proposal 4 for Flathead River, we want to remove that that bass exception that is in there. So this would essentially adopt the district-wide bass regs for that water body, and that also better lines up with our bass management strategies for the area, but also the CSKT bass management regulations that they have in place on the reservation. One other that I want to point out that is unique, we're proposing a daily bag limit for crayfish on McGregor Lake. The department does have authority through rule to regulate crayfish through annual rulemaking, which is basically what we're discussing today. There are concerns of overharvest of crayfish in McGregor Lake. Apparently they can grow quite large there. And plus there's an illegal introduction of smallmouth bass in that lake. And so there's concerns of just harvest for human consumption, and also consumption by smallmouth bass, putting a lot of pressure on that crayfish population. It is a native crayfish population there. So we do propose a daily bag limit for crayfish in McGregor Lake. Several other proposals before you, but those are sort of the main ones that I wanted to point out today. Those are what we expect to hear most public comment on, or they're the ones that are sort of outside of just what we ordinarily propose, especially in an off-cycle year. With that, I'm available for questions. Dr. Ryce is available, as well as a few of our fisheries managers out in the field are also available for any questions you guys may have.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposed tentative fishing regulations for public comment.
Second.
The motion and a second. Any comment or questions from the commission?
Just a real quick question, being I'm not totally familiar with that. The Knoxon Reservoir is on the Clark Fork below, so those regulations on walleye killed does not extend to that. Is that correct?
Commissioner Stuker, that is correct.
Thank you.
Any further comments or discussion from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, just want to make sure that we don't have any documentation in hand for this, but as modified, I guess that's adequate language to make sure that everybody understands what we're saying.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. These are proposed regulations that are going to go out for comment. Any comment from the public on these off-year proposed regulation changes? Any public comment?
Chair Colton, commissioners, we do have a couple of public comments.
Okay, *9 and you'll be acknowledged, and just go ahead and when you're unmuted, please state your name and provide your comment. And remember, sometimes, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott with Montana Trout Unlimited. Just wanted to stand in support of moving this process down the line and sending these out for public comments. We're excited, and I think that there are a couple of proposals here related to illegal fish introductions, particularly in the Western District, both walleye and the revision to the crappie regulations in the Western District that I think send a strong signal on these illegal introductions and help move us in the right direction to tackling this problem from a more systemic approach rather than the piecemeal catch-kill report that we've been tackling. But I'll save more substantive comments on a number of these for our written comments. And again, just appreciate the department of putting these forward and moving the process down the line. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, further comment on the proposed fishing regulations?
Mr. Friedenberg, did you have a public comment?
Yes, thanks for all of you for sticking in there. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of Flathead Valley Trout Unlimited, and we wholeheartedly address these regulation changes in regard to walleye and crappie. We would prefer, I guess, that the Lower Clark Fork was included, but we understand for practical reasons why it's not. But I have a perspective on this as a person who grew up here in the Flathead Valley. And I can tell you that in 50 years, I scarcely recognize most of the fisheries around this valley relative to what we once had. So I think it's necessary. We've addressed a lot of these problems with kind of a whack-a-mole approach where when something shows up, we try to deal with it. But I think this comprehensive approach is much preferred. So thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Chair Colton, seeing no more public comments.
Okay, any further comment or discussion from the commission? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Yellowstone Island Fishing Access.
For these next two fishing access site acquisitions, I'm going to turn it over to Dustin Ramoy, who's our fishing access site coordinator. Dustin, are you available?
I am. Thank you, Eileen. Chairman Colton and commissioners, my name's Dustin Ramoy. I'm the fishing access site coordinator. The first FAS endorsement proposal that I would like to present to you today is for the Yellowstone Islands complex. It's located downstream of Reed Point and upstream of Columbus on the Yellowstone River. This project would be funded with NRD dollars, which have been identified as priority dollars to be spent on acquisitions in this area of the Yellowstone River. The program has the NRD program has a programmatic EA in place, and through that process, there was strong public support for these types of projects in the area. This island complex has a very unique primitive experience available due to the isolation being an island, as well as preserving the existing riparian habitat in that area. Because of the primitive nature of this proposed FAS, there'd be very little burden on FWP staff to operate and manage the property, which significantly decreases costs to manage and keep the property in the FAS system. With commission endorsement, the department would go forward with their due diligence on the acquisition of this property. And staff's recommendation is for the commission to endorse the proposed fishing access site acquisition. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dustin. I'll go ahead and move that the department put out for comment the proposed acquisition of the primitive fishing access site in Region 5.
Second.
Mr. Ramoy, I do have a question, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Been down there recently, enjoyed the float, and I think these islands are a great asset. There's quite a bit of upland associated with the MDT property, if I recall correctly. Is that involved in this, or is it strictly the islands?
Chairman Colton, Commissioner Byorth. Fortunately, the islands are actually their own parcels that are separate from the upland portion of the property that MDT owns. So our FAS would only be the islands in the Yellowstone River.
Thank you.
Good question. This is a great project, and I think this would be well utilized, and I've been by it many times. So, any further comment or question from the commission? Any comment from the public on the proposed Yellowstone Island FAS?
Commissioners?
Yeah.
This is Nick Givok with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Well, I just want to say that we wholeheartedly support this project. This is a really unique and fantastic environment down in that country, and we think we need more public access sites like this, and this will be a great opportunity for both hunting and fishing, as well as just general outdoor recreation like camping. So it's a great project, and we hope you can get this one done. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, Clayton Elliott with Montana Trout Unlimited. Just wanted to stand up and support this project and thank Dustin globally for the work he does on these FAS projects. They're really well put together, and I think they come to you ready to go, and that's a testament to his hard work. I would just say this particular parcel, I think you've heard, has ecological benefit, and also I think a great access benefit to the public too, as this stretch of river starts to get used a little bit more, which I think is great because it's a unique ecological area of the Yellowstone River. So look forward to continuing to keep this one moving. Thanks.
Thank you, Clayton. Further public comment?
Chair Colton, there's no more public comment.
Yes, Dustin, thank you for your hard work on all of these. If there's no further comment from the commission, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Cornell Park, FAS, Region 3.
Chairman Colton, members of the commission, the second FAS proposal for endorsement that we have for you this afternoon is Cornell Park Fishing Access Site. It is a project that has been presented to FWP from the Beaverhead Trails Coalition as a donation of a 3.5 acre site on the Beaverhead River just outside of Dillon. If FWP was to acquire this property, it would allow for development of a boat ramp on site, which would gain access for floating on a very under accessible stretch of the Beaverhead River for floating at this time. Operations and maintenance of the existing facilities and any improvements would be very low burden on staff at this site, being that it's largely developed at this time. There would just need to be a few small improvements made. The acquisition would significantly improve the floating access on that particular stretch of the river due to a diversion dam that is located immediately upstream of this property. The high recreational value of this property coming into the FAS system via donation keeps the cost very low for such a unique and important piece of property. Staff would recommend that the commission endorse the proposed acquisition of Cornell Park FAS. Are there any questions of staff?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the Fish and Wildlife Commission authorize the department to pursue acquiring this donation on the Beaverhead River on the property currently being acquired by the Beaverhead Trails Commission.
I'll second.
Been moved in second. Any questions or comment from the commission? Any comment from the public on Region 3 access Cornell Park?
Chairman Colton and commissioners, again, this is Nick Jeebach with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I just this is another great project in an area where we could use more access. And you know, we're so fortunate to have people who, this shows the value of public access, the fact that this is being donated. So this is, we're going to get a lot for not a lot of public money in this one, just for some of those improvements. So we really strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Further public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, Clayton Elliott with Montana Trout Unlimited, and have a little bit of unique perspective on this. I was just down in Dillon yesterday. Obviously, this is a great project. I had lunch with Representative Welch, the State House member there in Dillon, and we talked a lot about how much this site is already being utilized by the public and general folks just getting down and accessing the river right there in town. A little bit of the backstory here. There is the current, as I understand it, the current landowner is actually getting up there in years. And one of the threats to this property is that there's been a redesignation of the floodplain. So moving this property out of the floodplain potentially, as I understand, would also increase its resale and development possibility, potentially losing this access. I know that a lot of folks, including us, have been in negotiation of how to make this work. And we really thank the Beaverhead Trails Coalition for stepping up to be able to do the acquisition and then thereby the donation. Once this gets done, as you see in your cover sheet, there's also a joint agreement between us, Montana Trout Unlimited. We have a full-time staff member there in Dillon, and the Beaverhead Watershed Committee and the Kiwanis Club to do some of the bank restoration work there. So obviously there's the great enhancement of the access itself and the boat ramp component and some of those things. But because of the heavy use in this area that is already existing, a lot of damage, I shouldn't say a lot, some damage has been done to the stream banks through there. So we're excited about chipping in and helping in our own way once this gets approved to be able to do some of that bank stabilization and restoration along that to improve the ecological benefit and also to support this really important access that's right in the community of Dillon. And as Dustin suggested, underutilized float section that this would help enhance too. So again, happy to answer any questions and if you have them of MTU's role, but this is a good project. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Further public comment? Seeing none, any further comment from the commission? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That wraps up fisheries. Thanks for all your good work today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
We're moving on now to licensing. There's a draft cover sheet, and the reason it's draft is because of there's separate items here. And so unlike the mistake I made last year, what I'd like to do is take a presentation from everyone, and then the commission will take action. It looks like we have 6 different organizations making requests here today. You have that information in materials. So with that, I'll turn it over to licensing.
Good afternoon, Chair Colton, members of the commission, Emily Cooper, Licensing Bureau Chief with FWP. This agenda item is the selection of organizations to auction the 2021 licenses for moose, sheep, goat, mule deer, and elk licenses. We have a proposal from the Wild Sheep Foundation for the sheep license, the Mule Deer Foundation for the mule deer license, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for the elk license, Montana Ducks Unlimited for the moose license, Safari Club International Great Falls for the goat license, and Grand Slam Club Ovis for any license. I just want to throw out a note that last year, these particular licenses brought in $447,000 when auctioned by the organizations.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and start with, as it's listed on the agenda here, with the presentation by the Wild Sheep Foundation. Do we have someone to make a presentation on that?
I see Kurt Alt is listed as an attendee.
I would assume that Mr. Alt would be involved. Kurt, if you're listening in, would you?
Emily, can you hear us? Sorry.
Ken.
Do we know if these folks have been cleared as participants in some fashion, or how are we? Probably not. But again, if there's someone here.
Chairman Colton, what was the name that you gave again?
Well, I know that Kurt Alt.
He's here, and I'll allow him to talk.
Okay.
Mr. Alt, are you, can you hear us?
Unmute?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, sorry guys, I was trying to call in on the phone and I wasn't getting through, so thank you for making this work. Yeah, this is our application for our annual application for auctioning off the Montana Bighorn Sheep permit. We've done it since 1986, and last year's permit was the second highest of all the permits auctioned off last year, and one of the fifth highest in the whole record since 1986. So we're going strong and generating revenue for Montana's Wild Sheep program. This year, you know, with COVID.
Oh shoot, Kurt, you got muted somehow again.
How are we doing?
Now you're back.
Okay, so I know there's questions with COVID, you know, what these organizations are doing, and you know, our sheep show is usually that second week in January. It's scheduled for the 14th of January to start that week. But we've been in planning already for over a month on another track, and that's to go virtual. We're the first one out of the chute. We've sent letters out to our sponsors, our collaborators. I think there's even some agency letters that are ready to go out, but we intend on going ahead full speed. If it's virtual, we're already partway down the road, looking at how we're going to do that. And you know, the organization is small, it's nimble, and we're pretty excited about actually doing a virtual one if that's where we end up. So all speed ahead, and we expect that those auction permits for the states and certainly Montana's will be as competitive as it's ever been in the past. So we're prepared to do our work. It'll be a live auction, virtual live auction. And quite frankly, a lot of the auctions, a lot of people have bought the permits haven't been in person. They've either phoned in or they've had a surrogate in the audience anyway. So we fully expect a good event and a good auction for Montana's permits this year. So I stand for questions. I might also add that Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks has submitted for the first time since '93 3 really good grants on projects that you'll be addressing later this afternoon and then at your October commission meeting, and I'll save my comments for that. So I stand for questions if there are any.
Great, Kurt. Are there any questions for Mr. Alt? Okay. Thank you, Kurt. We all know how much we benefit here in Montana from the Wild Sheep Foundation. Next presenter on my list would be Grand Slam Club. And so it's again *9, and John will recognize you and allow you into the meeting.
Yes, this is Robert Sanders. I'm Manager of Conservation Programs for Ducks Unlimited. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Let's go ahead and go ahead, Mr. Sanders.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Just wanted to say a few words. I think our application for the 2021 Moose Tag was pretty comprehensive. We appreciate it's been, I believe this is our 5th year with the Moose Tag, and we've averaged over $30,000 per tag. We'll be auctioning this as we have in the past with very good participation, combination of live auction and call-in auction at our Helena banquet this coming February. So that's been very successful, and I'll keep it brief. I know I listened, I learned a lot more about the Madison River than I ever cared to know this morning, but I know probably want to move this ahead. So I appreciate the participation and the support of Ducks Unlimited, and we'll do our best to get the top dollar for this Moose Tag next year.
Thank you. Do we have anybody from Grand Slam Ovis to provide their presentation? Okay, I'm going to move to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation.
This is Matt Ashley here. Can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Ashley. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Matt Ashley from Anaconda, Montana with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Commissioner Colton, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity. RMEF has received the elk tag from my record show back in 2004, the last 17 years. That could be when the program was started. I was going to look that up and didn't get a chance. But this year, things are a little bit different for us, as for everyone. Had planned to host our tag at our Bozeman event, one of our larger chapter banquets in the state. Ended up not being able to have that event. So we pivoted that to an online auction, and we're able to fundraise and sell that tag for $54,000, which was a record this year, surpassing the 2019 record of $47,500. Really successful with that. We learned a lot with that online auction and virtual event in hosting that. That was paired with tags from several states across the West. We sent our application in with a plan to move forward for a virtual auction in 2021 with the Montana statewide elk tag, with a plan to grow that and grow our advertising for that, and hopefully surpass that record amount this year. So appreciate the opportunity, allowing RMEF to apply again this year, and hope to surpass our record again this year in 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Are there any comment or questions for Mr. Ashley from the commission? And again, so next if the Safari Club International Great Falls chapter. And again, *9, and I believe Shauna or Kim can let you into the meeting.
Chair Colton, I'm not seeing anyone raising their hands.
Okay. Again, so nobody from the Safari Club. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I still am not. Sorry.
So do we have someone from the Safari Club? Is that correct?
No, someone got unmuted. That was Mr. Sanders. I'm not seeing
Okay.
anyone raising their hands.
Okay, anybody from the Mule Deer Foundation? And again, it'd be *9. Okay, looks like we do have someone here from the Mule Deer
Hi.
Foundation.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Chris Fortune, Montana Regional Director for the Mule Deer Foundation. Thanks for having us on here. Appreciate you, Chairman and members of the commission. Just really brief, it's been a tough year for all of us organizations trying to raise money for wildlife habitat. And we are moving forward with our plans of having our Western Hunting and Conservation Expo in Salt Lake City in February. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball to look into and see if that's going to plan out or not, but we are definitely moving forward with it. And we have high expectations with this tag. We appreciate the opportunity to raise some much needed habitat revenue with this tag. And can't thank you enough for considering the Mule Deer Foundation for the use of this.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. Any questions from Mr. Fortune? Before I call for commission action, I'll just make sure that there's nobody here from either Grand Slam Club or Safari Club International. I think Safari Club was asking, the Great Falls chapter was asking for the goat, and Grand Slam was asking for any license. Okay, seeing no one, I will turn it back for commission action.
Mr. Chair, are you fine if we put all these together?
Yeah, I think so.
Just
Unless that causes Quentin or Martha any concern.
Chair Colton, no concerns here.
Okay, I'll do the best I can. Mr. Chairman, I move the commission approve the Wild Sheep Foundation, the Bighorn Sheep auction tag, Ducks Unlimited, the Moose auction tag, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Elk auction tag, SCI Great Falls Goat tag, and the Mule Deer Foundation, the Mule Deer auction tag to be awarded in the 2021 auction licenses.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment or discussion from the commission? Any comment from the, oh, go ahead, Logan.
Thanks for all these groups that have partnered with us through many projects. And I think it's good just to kind of keep it the same with the uncertainties of things.
Yeah, any further comment? Any comment from the public before I call for the vote? Comment from the public on the motion at hand. Seeing none, thanks to all the presenters. Thanks to those groups that have participated with us. And I can think, all of these organizations have been awarded here today. We've worked with closely. Seeing no further comment, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. We are now only a half an hour behind schedule, so that's encouraging. We will move to wildlife.
Chair Colton,
Yeah.
this is Quentin. Give me a minute. I'm not sure why we haven't got someone up there.
Okay.
This is Ken McDonald. Brian, if you can hear us, you're up.
Okay, sorry, I knew it was going to happen and it just blipped off right now.
No problems.
So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Brian Wakeling, I'm the Game Bureau Chief for the record. And the first topic that we have this afternoon will be the final proposal, final hearing on the proposal to reintroduce marten to the Little Belt Mountains. This is something that we shared in June. We had a public comment on the environmental assessment associated with that. There were no changes to the environmental assessment based on any of the public comment that we received. The public comment received was largely, overwhelmingly, I would say, positive. A couple of points that I want to make with this proposal. The first is that we intend to work with private trappers. Those private trappers will be temporarily holding the animals that they hope as they capture them. We will be using those to be able to provide those to the release. They will be serving as our agents in the process of doing that. And also, while it's implied, I want to explicitly state that part of this proposal also includes the take of those martens from those other parts of the state. And so the commission's authorization for that take, that will go into that. And so, as I said, no changes to the environmental assessment. It was approved on August 4th, and be ready to take any questions that you might have.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman. Funding for this proposal, where is that going to come from? I was under the understanding that possibly we do not have all the funding lined up that's going to be needed. Is the department going to, I believe we have 10,000 from some group, but where's the rest coming from?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker, you are correct that we do not have all of the funding entirely nailed down. There are some donations coming in. The staff is still looking to increase that. But my understanding, and Mr. McDonald, if you would correct me if I'm wrong, but any difference would be funded through Pittman-Robertson department funding that would be routinely part of any of our management projects. And Ken, I'd defer to you on that.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker. So yeah, the department will make up the difference. Part of it is just getting an understanding of what the total need is, but we'll cover it through our existing budget to make sure we can get this done.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission vote to approve the environmental assessment and endorse the department's plan to restore, excuse me, to the Little Belt Mountains in central Montana.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Any comment or questions from the commission? This isn't a regulation by means, it's approval of a translocation. So I will go ahead and take comment if there's any public comment to be had. Go ahead.
Yeah, am I on?
Yep, you sure are. It's Kurt again.
Yeah, so I've got my act together this time. I just wanted to go on record, Chairman Colton, fellow commissioners, and Director Williams. I wanted to go on record for both Montana Wild Sheep Foundation and the Wild Sheep Foundation in supporting this transplant. We're certainly working with our partners. It's not something that we would support financially, but we're working with our partners with SCI Foundation in concert with the work that your staff in Great Falls region has done and reach out with SCI. So we're trying to help support the region and the department to get this project done. We really think it's an important project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alt. Any further comment on the Pine Marten translocation? Okay, any further discussion from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, I always, kind of get caught up in the gloom and despair in the news about how our wildlife is going down. And so when we see a project like this, that's turning the trend the other way for Martin and the Little Paltz and hopefully the Castles eventually, it makes me happy. So I appreciate all the work that the staff and the parts out there into.
Those are very good comments, Pat. And this is good work. And I've been in contact with some of the folks that are going to be volunteering their time to trap and hold and relocate these pine marten, and I appreciate their efforts as well. So all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Williams, we'll move on to our next one. This next topic is the trapping regulations and quotas for the next year, 2020. We brought forward two changes in June, and those changes have, because they have kind of more an explanation for the public than for the commission, but for those items which have remained unchanged, the commission is not obligated to take public comment on. And so just wanted to clarify that and make that clear. So there's a couple of aspects that the department's bringing forward at this point that remain unchanged from what the commission heard in June. The first aspect of that deals with two specific changes to Swift Fox. The first aspect of that was to reduce the overall season length, and that going from March 1st, and it would be ending on January 15th instead. That proposal was presented to the commission in June, and we did take public comment on that. In addition, we also proposed expanding the overall area that was open for the take of Swift Fox at that point in time. We did not change the total number quota that we would be expecting to take, and so what we've actually got is the same number that could be taken in a shorter period of time over a larger area. A lot of the public comment that we received largely dealt with dislike of trapping in general. There was a lot of comment about dislike of trapping of Swift Fox. The proposal that these two proposals, and the reason we did not change in response to those comments was that biologically, this is likely to actually reduce the per capita take across the landscape because it would be spread over a larger area and it would be over a shorter period of time. A second item that we discussed quite a bit in June that we also have remained, the department's recommendation remains unchanged from what we provided in June, dealt with setbacks. The department did not recommend a change to setbacks in June. The commission did direct the department in October to investigate that. We had some challenges with scheduling, timing on the coronavirus outbreak and the challenges that made with getting public input. Based on the direction provided to by the commission in June, we've also tried to investigate how we, some of the proposals that had come in. For instance, the Backcountry Alliance had provided some specific recommendations. The department has initiated looking into those, started working with our regions, started working with some of the federal land management agencies, and we've had some challenges in some instances, even getting feedback from the land management agencies. As we continued taking public input, we also received some additional ideas. Some of the comment was in support of the Backcountry Alliance's input. We did have some alternate ideas. We had some comment that was largely in opposition to taking any action at all because of the department had not provided adequate time to provide that input. And there was also substantial input to just consider that any changes be a temporary change at all. Because of the lack of consistency, our inability to evaluate the proposals fully, especially the proposals that came in kind of late in the game, the department is recommending no change to setbacks. However, we have provided a timeline and a suggested schedule that we're going to try to use to adequately address this over the course of the next year and be able to come back in June. The proposed timeline again it's general in nature. It's not a hard and fast one, but it's got some timelines that allows us to have a little bit of flexibility and still be able to adequately provide a recommendation to the commission that's a little better thought out and a little better evaluated in June. The final thing that I would like to point out is there are two changes, and these would be the things that would, if the commission chooses to adopt these, would routinely be allowed to take some additional public comment on at this point. But those two changes deal with Martin. The first one is related to the coronavirus and the disease outbreak that we're dealing with that and trying to minimize exposure to staff and to the public. And so there is a tagging requirement currently associated with Martin take. And there is no statutory requirement for it. There is no, we can obtain the data simply through mandatory reporting. And so what we would like to propose for the upcoming year is that rather than having a physical tag that's placed on a marten when it's been harvested, that instead we switch to mandatory reporting. With the mandatory reporting, we will still get the same level of data, the same type of data. It won't compromise our data collection. And so we'd like to propose that. The other aspect would be to actually close a portion of the state to the take of marten. And that would be that area that has been where we're trying to release these martens and put them back on the landscape and thereby give them some protection and allow them for them to become reestablished. And so what we're proposing there is that we close Wheatland and the Judith Basin counties and portions of Marr and Cascade counties east of the Smiths River and east of Highway 89 to the take of marten until that period of time where they become established. That concludes my presentation on this topic. I'd certainly be glad to try to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wakeling. So to clarify what you're saying is that when you came to us in June, the only proposed changes to the previous year's regulations had to do with the SWIFT box. And of course, at the June meeting, there was discussion about why a group had not been formed to follow out the charge that the commission had given the department to look at some of these areas where our definition of closed roads and such may not line up with the use. Based on that, as you point out in the cover sheet, you all looked into that and had some discussion, but there's no proposed changes to the tentative. Likewise, on the SWIFT box, there's no change recommended, and you've articulated that in the cover sheet. So the only change to the proposed June tentative would be with regard to the two items on the pine marten, which is mandatory reporting and then closure in the areas where we're reintroducing those. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And I apologize for that exercise, but I had to say it out loud to myself so I understood it. Okay, so with that, I turn it to commission for action or discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission vote to adopt the fur bearer and trapping regulations as presented by the department, with all other aspects to remain unchanged unless addressed in other proposals except for regular calendar rotation.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. One item I want to address before I turn Pine Martin out is there's a lot of comment came in on the Swift Fox, because that was the primary change we made to the regulation. Me and a lot of the other commissioners received a lot of information from people about the Swift Fox and some pretty detailed scientific studies and references to those studies. And I just want to hear the department's position on that, and its level of comfort with its own science, and its decision to kind of stay the course, if you will.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. I think I would ask Bob Inman. I believe Bob is is available, and I believe I would ask him to respond to this. Bob, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Colton and Commissioners, Director Williams, Brian. Yes, we stand by the science that's available for Swift Fox and continuing the season as recommended previously. There was a dip in Swift Fox population associated with the 2010 and 11 winters. Our most recent surveys suggest that they're coming back. We also have seen a great deal of expansion in other portions of the state, particularly southeast Montana and south central Montana, where over the last 5 years we've had numerous Swift Fox records, whereas in the previous 10 to 15 years, virtually none. So there's also been a clear expansion of Swift Fox populations in Wyoming, and it seems that the populations in both areas are doing much better in the last 5 years or so. So Swift Fox are more broadly distributed in Montana than they have been in a long time, decades. And their numbers are coming back in the northern part of the state. Some of the information that was available in the comments was probably not aware that there's a certain portion that international census counts fox within, and that fox are found now outside that area. The population is larger than what just occurs inside the census area. So I'd also note that the two items that have been proposed are really more conservative moves, where what would have been incidental take and not counted against the quota in the past will be counted against the quota, and also a shortening of the season length. So we're comfortable with both of those proposals, and we're comfortable with the level of take of Swift Fox based on the best information that we have.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Or just comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brower.
I was just, is there a pretty broad, I mean, how big is the interest of individuals trapping Swift Fox? I just thought maybe you would see a little more comments in favor of it, since we saw pretty extensive comment opposing it.
Thank you, Commissioner Brower. Yeah, it's a good question, and there weren't a lot of comments there. You know, we had talked with the Trappers Association prior to the proposal in June, and they were in support of it. I think that my guess is that they didn't feel that there was a lot of need for comment there, because both of these proposals were moves towards a more conservative Swift Fox season that the Trappers Association had signed off on, and therefore, you know, there's not too much debate about it.
But you are comfortable with the science behind a quota of 10?
Yes, sir.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Stuker.
Dr. Inman, how many do you know were taking under incidental takes in the past year or so? Because we have 10 now, and you say those will be counted against the quota.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Stuker. The quota is 10, and I'm aware of at least 3 swift fox that have been taken outside of the area where they could be legally trapped in previous years. So it's not a lot, but those fox that are taken outside of the old swift fox trapping area, when that happens, they're essentially confiscated. They don't count against the quota of 10. And so you could, in a year when one of those happens, you could have a take of 11 rather than 10.
But now you're saying those would count. So if you had one taken, there would only be 9 that could legally be trapped.
That's correct. If it would be, whereas in the past, it would be an incidental take and not count against the quota. If it's in the area where we're proposing an expansion, it would now count against that quota of 10. So in years when you could have had 11 taken, now you could only have 10 legally taken.
A couple of follow-up questions, if I may. I know the swift fox from the data I have seen, and I have some on my North Place, has expanded to more areas, but our numbers are still down. They, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they had hit 500 at one time, and then the 10, 11, they dropped down into the 200 range, 236 or something, and they're coming back. But where are they, or do you have any idea? Are they at 400? Are they still in the 200s? Or where are they?
We do not have the population estimate at this point in time. And I would ask for some help from Region 6 folks if they're on the call, because they're more involved with the direct analysis and reporting on the most recent population estimate or census. There was a change in technique between the last survey and the most recent survey that we can show that there's an increase in distribution of swift fox. They were found in more townships than they were previously, so they're on the increase. But we can't necessarily put population numbers to that right away.
A follow up there. I think 2 years ago, Region 6, and I apologize to Mark and his staff when I talked to him the other day, I had not remembered this. We're looking at possibly reintroducing some areas down on the APR, and they backed off on that. But I guess I do have some problems if we're looking at reintroducing a species in a different area, and we're still allowing trapping that's not very far from that area. If you could address that, please.
Yes, sir. Good question. And the reintroduction you're talking about has now shifted to the Fort Belknap area, which is south of the river. And the river is largely seen as a barrier to swift fox dispersal. So we don't believe, the data we have suggests that fox are not going to cross that Milk River area and repopulate the Fort Belknap area. And so therefore it is an area where a reintroduction would help more than anything we could do with a trapping season. And the Region 6 also has some questions about habitat quality in those areas around Fort Belknap. And so I think FWP has not been directly involved with that reintroduction effort, but it is proceeding forward because Fort Belknap has the authority to do it. and we hope it goes well. We have questions about whether the habitat is really suitable and significant there. And hope it goes as well as possible. Another answer to the question would be compensatory mortality. Fox are going to succumb to mortality every year from various sources. And, some of the fox that are trapped are going to be, if they weren't trapped, they might die from some other reason in a year. Our best estimates of population growth suggest that the quota of 10 has minimal, if any, impact on the growth of the population. So we're comfortable with leaving it as is. And it's a species that's going to fluctuate naturally with some of the weather conditions and so forth. They can have large litters and come back quickly. That's part of their life history. So we think we're in a good place at this point in time.
Last question would be, what do they eat and do they affect, I know they're scavengers, do they affect any bird populations? Little chicks, eggs, or is it just incidental when they do? And if they eat grasshoppers and whatnot, I may make an amendment here shortly.
Thank you for the question. I'm not an expert on that. They eat a wide variety of small rodents, insects, and so forth. Your question, I think, is aimed at impacts perhaps to sage grouse. We certainly have seen some resistance to efforts to reintroduce swift fox because of that question on their potential impact to sage grouse. I am not aware of any science that gives us answers to that. Would certainly be something that would be interesting to look into, but I cannot speculate on the answer to that at this point.
Thank you.
I'm glad we had this discussion. I mean, the swift fox is interesting, and as they say, dynamite comes in small packages. And here we have a critter that is been reintroduced. Efforts to boost its population, and then we have a trapping season on it. Which I'm all, you look at the peregrine falcon and you look at wolves, whatever, when you've got a species that you want to redistribute across the landscape or get onto the landscape in places where it felt it was compatible use. And then we have our data that we're relying on. We don't have any population survey of any updated nature, is my understanding. And then we're presented with data, national, and it seemed to be peer reviewed, well vetted information that, caused me to scratch my head for a minute. And I hope that we'll pay enough attention to this in the future that we don't get ourselves in a bit of a jam, because it's my understanding their value as far as a commodity, a fur commodity, is minimal. There's interest, of course, in take as a unique trapping find, but there's also a lot of other public interest in this animal, of them being on the landscape and people being able to see them and being, they almost seem to have a pun intended, miniature fan base. And so I just throw that out there, and I don't want to get too far off, and I appreciate that you put in the cover sheet and talked about, you synthesized the comment and pointed that out to us. Any further discussion from the commission? Again, go ahead. Good.
Quick question. We're talking region 6 here. Do we trap swift fox in any other region?
No, sir. The legal swift fox trapping areas are only in region 6. Season's only open in region 6. Are you asking if there are records of trapping or incidental trapping occurring outside of there?
I was asking if there was any legal trapping, if we had any seasons other than Region 6. And the reason I'm asking that is to follow up on the chairman's comments. A number of years ago, we did allow 30, and I think have to be trapped. And then after 2010, we went down to 10 after 2010. I guess I'm questioning whether we should have a season at all. And I guess I'm going to ask you to tell me why we need one, because now when I look at it and realize that it's only in this area we're trapping and we're trying to get them reintroduced, I'm not sure we should be having a season until they get better distributed and the numbers get up.
Thank you, Commissioner Stuker. We do only have the legal season in the Region 6 area. The primary reason for that is that prior to the last 5 years, there were very few, if any, swift fox records anywhere else in the state. And so there was perceived to be suitable habitat in portions of Montana without swift fox. And in the last 5 years, as I said before, we have seen what appears to be a significant expansion into those other areas, Southeast Montana, South Central. As far as the numbers go in the Region 6 area, yes, they were higher in the past. And the winter of 10-11 appears to have impacted the population and dropped it by about 30%. And in response to that, the quota was dropped by almost 60% from 30 to 10, as you mentioned. And since that time, swift fox have appeared to have been recovering, which biologically we would expect them to do because they have a pretty high litter size and birth rate. So we do have individuals who are interested specifically in capturing a swift fox. I've talked to trappers who literally take their week of vacation to go and to different parts of the state to try and encounter a different species, say swift fox in one year, maybe going to Region 2 to look for a fisher in another year. So there are people who are interested in it from the aspect of learning about the animal, its habits, its habitat, and so forth. And I don't think that's the vast majority of people, but it certainly is one aspect of providing the opportunity should there be biological capacity to do so. I believe there is biological capacity within the population to provide that opportunity for 10 and allow the population to continue to be sustainable and to grow. If we were going to get serious about swift fox reoccupying all of their historic range in Montana, the strategy wouldn't be to just stop trapping 10 fox in north central Montana. It would be because of barriers like rivers and habitat features. We would probably think about reintroducing them in various places. We run into the sage grouse question when we do that. We also have seen that natural expansion in the southeast and south central portion of the state in the last few years that makes us think maybe we don't need to go that step in order to improve distribution of swift fox. They're doing it on their own. So all of that taken together, I feel like we do have the biological capacity to provide opportunity to a portion of the public that does want that opportunity. And, given that hunting, fishing, and trapping are part of our culture in Montana, if that opportunity is biologically sound and feasible, then I for one am comfortable with providing that opportunity for this species at this time.
Anything further from the commission? Is that habitat on the APR? You talked about there's some head scratching over, the habitat on the Fort Belknap and how good that's going to be for reintroduction. Was there an assessment done about the habitat on APR and how it squared up with the possibility of reintroduction?
I would defer to our Region 6 folks who have walked that ground and know it, if they're available to answer the question.
I have a feeling that they might have to call in. I'm not sure if they're on. So you might have to watch for them to call in, Mr. Chair. But while we're waiting, I mean, I've kind of wrestled with this a little bit. We do have sheep hunts in areas where we're capturing sheep to reintroduce in other places. So it's not like we haven't stopped the harvest because we're trying to expand sheep hunts in areas. So if the department is comfortable with it, I'll go along with it. But I think it's important that since we've heard a pretty good, large amount of concerns from other populations, that it was needed to be heard. So thanks for the time, and I'll stop asking.
Yeah, I'm probably in the same spot too. I can be briefed on that later. Okay, so the motion is to accept the June tentative with the minor exception as it deals with the pine marten. Any comment or questions from the commission specifically on the motion that is on the floor? Okay, seeing that, I'm going to turn it out. Oh, go ahead.
Did you put it out to public comment for the?
I'm about to. Okay, so this is going out for public comment, and again, nothing has changed from the tentative with the exception of the pine marten, which is closing trapping in a couple counties where the reintroduction is going, and then the method of reporting. And I'm not going to take comment beyond that. And in fact, if comment goes beyond that, I'm going to ask Shauna or and Kim to just disconnect that commenter, and we'll move on to the next. So I'm taking comment on the change to the tentative, which solely has to do with the 2 items on pine marten. I have a call in from 028.
Commissioner, I guess I'm not going to be in a position to comment based on what you said. I was confused because it sounded as though part of this conversation was on the offset of traps and some of the areas that groups had been proposing to be off limits to trapping. And so if I'm out of bounds, I'm out of bounds. It seemed like that was part of the conversation we were having at the beginning of this discussion.
Well, and I apologize. We did discuss it, and the commission needed some clarification because comment had come in, and there had been no recommended changes by the department. And the motion on the table right now is to accept the department's recommendations, which was an adoption of the tentatives. But in the cover sheet, they talked about some items that were talked about at length during the comment period, which is now closed. And so unless there's an alteration to the current motion, the only discussion we'll be having is regarding the change from the tentative, because we've already accepted comment for an extended period of time, and that period had closed. And so the current motion did not expand the tentative regulation that was passed in June, with the exception of these 2 small items on the pine marten. So if there's comment on the pine marten, we'll take that comment.
Chairman, members of the committee, this is Tom Redant from Libya, Montana.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like to submit comment on the pine marten proposals. One concern about the closure would be trying to quantify when those counties would be reopened for trapping. And the second comment I have is that I think going from a physical inspection to a mandatory call-in is an excellent idea. It allows the department to continue to collect very important data related to pine marten habitat management. And I think the department needs to continue to look at creative ways to collect data as we move through time. And those are my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Redon. Further comment on pine marten? Any further comment on pine marten? Star 9.
Chair
if so.
Colton, I'm not seeing any further comment.
Okay, back to the commission for discussion on the pending motion.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to reaffirm that the department has committed to the schedule of reviewing setbacks for next June. We don't have to act on that. Thank you.
Chair Colton, we did just receive one additional public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Just because we're so far off schedule. Go ahead, 178 on pine marten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is Jim Buell for the Montana Trappers Association, and we support the proposition as presented. Please pass the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Okay, back to the commission. Any discussion or comment from the commission on the pending motion before I call for the vote? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion opposed. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
If I just want to add a comment, I guess, relative to the topic that we've now moved forward the schedule, and I think that in talking with Mr. Wakely and others, that's the wise thing to do. Not get into these lists of potential areas that we may want to restrict trapping in the future. I think that operation requires the engagement of several peoples from several places and organizations, and I think we need to do it right and not rush into it and try to do something. So I really strongly support, the action you've taken today and that we have taken today to limit it to just the changes that we've seen since our tentative.
Thank you, Tim. Let's move on to bighorn sheep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Just a little bit by way of explanation again, these two sheep translocations that you have before you today. The first one, little bighorn or little belt bighorn, the sheep translocation. This is what was shared with the commission back in June. The proposal. We have taken it out for public comment and environmental assessment. I would like to point out that there's been an awful lot of cooperation amongst a number of different organizations, the wool growers, landowners, Forest Service, Wild Sheep Foundation. There's just been an awful lot of support, an awful lot of coordination. One thing I'd like to point out, and this really applies to virtually anything that we solicit public comment on, oftentimes people may get the perception that the amount of comment that we receive accurately represents the proportion of people that either oppose or support something. Oftentimes what this does is a really good job of defining the breadth of perspectives out there, but it doesn't really well define the proportion of people who feel in a particular way. So that being said, we haven't had any opposition to the little belt bighorn release. We did have one comment that came from the wool growers that caused a substantive amendment to the. They were supportive of the proposal, but the region felt was important to include their comment and address it. And that was largely to indicate that should a disease outbreak occur following the release of sheep within the Little Belt, that we clearly didn't want to be pointing any fingers at livestock producers or anybody for the activity that we were doing. Any responsibility falls squarely upon the department for the action that we're taking. This was this is implicit in this release, would be the approval to take about 50 bighorn sheep from the source herd. We're looking at the herd along the Missouri Breaks, HD 482. In July, there was a survey that was conducted there, and they observed 460 sheep. 241 of those were used. Clearly, this population is over objective. This is also a population that we're hunting. We have a ewe hunt in there as well, as my understanding, and all of this is going to help us meet our management objectives there, but will also help us expand that populations into the new areas. With that, be willing to try to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission vote to approve the environmental assessment and endorse the department's plan to reintroduce and restore bighorn sheep to the Little Belt Mountains in central Montana.
Second. I've never been able to vote on one of these as a final, and so I'm awful excited. In all the years that I wish Willie Dahl was around. So I stepped out of line a little bit there, but obviously I'm excited about this. But Rich, this is your region, and it's kind of that weird overlap of ours. But it's your folks in Region 4. So please, would appreciate your thoughts and comments at this time.
I think this is a very good proposal. I visited with the Region 4 staff. As was mentioned, 462 over there is overpopulation. The one concern that I had, and I think they've addressed, is there are a lot of these diseases are already in this herd over there, and there is some concern, but not a lot, on when we relocate them. If it will stir something else up, I think it's well worth the risk. The other thing is, I'm very happy to see the Montana wool growers endorsing this and working with the department. Goes both ways. The department is working with them. I agree with you, Chairman. To me, it's exciting. That's something that dates back quite a number of years, where we've told the department we would like to see areas relocated versus going out of state, and they are fulfilling that. So I would like to thank the department in that regard. So yes, I hope this goes forward. I think it's exciting, and we need it.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Suker. Any further comment or discussion from the commission? Comment from the public. I know there's some people that want to comment here before we take the vote. So please go ahead and make yourself known so that we can admit you to the meeting.
Yes, this is Kurt Alt again. Chairman Colton, fellow commissioners, Director Williams. My name's Kurt Alt. I'm with the Wild Sheep Foundation and the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. I work for both. I'm the conservation director for both Montana and international programs. And I want to start off by first commending the department, the regional staff. Certainly Corey and Jay, Colby and Corey Lucker, do now have an outstanding job in bringing coalition together. But I also want to commend the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation, the work that they've done with the wool growers, and I want to really commend the wool growers, the work they've done with the wild sheep interests to open up some opportunities that we just haven't been able to get to for a while. And so I really want to commend the Montana group of wild sheep interests and wool growers, and certainly National has been there behind the scenes trying to support wherever they can. And I really want to also add my voice to to the list of people that are collaborating on this project. This is a project with collaboration, not just support, but collaboration and funding. Montana Wild Sheep Foundation has committed funds. Wild Sheep Foundation has committed funds. We know that SCI and SCI Foundation will be a partner to this, and many others. And that's a direct result of your regional staff really working and reaching out to some of the organizations to help support this. And I just can't say enough good words about what Region 4 and Helen and staff have done to put this together. And I really thank all the partners, and this is the way things should get done. And I'm as excited as you guys are. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt, and thanks to the Wild Sheep Federation in Montana and for all that you do across the globe, frankly, for wild sheep. We have another commenter, 432. You're admitted into the meeting.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Nick Jeebach again with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I'll echo some of Kurt's statements. We really want to thank the Commission and the department for moving forward on this. You know, we've now had our sheep plan in place for 10 years, and while we moved a herd in the Madison Range farther south, this is the first time we're really establishing, or in historic habitat, reestablishing a herd. So we think that's progress with sheep, and we know sheep are struggling in many areas. And so I think it's just all around great work by both the department staff and the Commission. So thanks for doing this. It's a great project.
Thank you, Mr. Jeebach, and thank you for your efforts in the years on these projects as well. I mean, we've talked a lot about different reintroductions over the years. Further public comment on the Little Belts reintroduction?
Chair Colton, we have no additional further comment.
Okay, back to the Commission. A further comment or discussion from the Commission? Well, again, just thanks again to Region 4 and to Corey and to Gary and to the area biologists for their work on this and the manner in which they engage the public and work from a standpoint of you know, cooperation and upfront informing everybody and getting a buy-in and a coalition. If there's no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. We've got a couple items here. They're going to take a while and we can probably run out the end of the meeting, but I think we should maybe take 10 or 15 minutes. Does that make sense with everybody?
Chairman, I think we have the Tendoy sheep reintroduction yet. Should we get that one?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Rich. Yes, let's do that. Let's do Tendoy and then take a break. And then while I have the Commission's attention, I was maybe going to direct the shoulder season harvest evaluation. I don't want them to cut it short by any means. But at the same time, we've all been through a lot of those. And I guess what I'm saying is, unless there's big objection, on that, we can get right to the meat of it. I don't know that we need a history of shoulder seasons and evolution of shoulder seasons. I'd like to get to the harvest numbers and those sort of things, and then get at the Commission discussion. Unless there's strong objection to that, then I'll back off that recommendation. Okay, so let's go ahead and go with the Tendoys, and then we'll take about a 10-15 minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Brian Wakeling again. Yeah, this the Tendoy release is something that the Commission did hear and was part of the approval back in 2015. At this point in time, we have sheep available on Wild Horse Island, and we wanted to bring this forward again. It's been long enough that the Commission had seen it, and so we just wanted to bring this to your attention, and also again explicitly mention any of the sheep that come from that island is part of the take would be associated with the approval of this. And so this was just we wanted the final action just to reaffirm that the Commission endorsed this project.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the commission vote to reaffirm and endorse the department's plan to reintroduce and restore bighorn sheep to the Tendoy Mountains in southwestern Montana.
Second.
A motion and second. Any discussion from the commission? Questions?
Were we able to remove all of the previous herd?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stuker, my understanding is that we believe so. It's almost always impossible to say that the last one's gone, but it's to the best of our understanding, they're all removed.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Any comments from the public on this reaffirmation?
Yes, Chairman Colton, fellow commissioners, and Director Williams. This is Kurt Alt again, and again, I want to echo the strong support that the department, that we're providing the department in the Tendoys as well, both the Montana Wild Sheep and the Wild Sheep Foundation. Between our two organizations, we're investing substantial funding to the department to make sure that in both the Little Belts and the Tendoys, they're using the latest technology, satellite collars with geofencing to really keep track of these sheep and maybe learn something and do a better job at separation practices. So we're really enthused about this one as well. And again, I really want to thank the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation and the Montana Wool Growers from really working hard the last 3 years to bring both of these things to fruition with the department and other collaborators. So I want to thank Howard, Burt, and certainly the new biologist, Jesse Newby, for making this happen in the Tendoys as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Further public comment?
Commissioners, this is Nick Jeebach again with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and really quickly, I'll echo Kurt Alt's comments. Time sure does fly. I remember standing at the podium and supporting that depopulation, and that was a tough decision to make, to take a sheep herd you have and wipe it out. But I really think this shows the commitment to keeping its word of this commission, moving forward with this. That really is great sheep habitat, and hopefully the sort of core population for a larger meta population of sheep throughout southwest Montana. But again, great job on this, and hopefully, as Kurt said, whatever issues caused contacts between these wild sheep and domestic sheep, we can prevent this time and continue to grow a sheep herd down in southwest Montana. So great job by the department and the commission on this. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Jeebach. Further public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission for any comment or questions. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Can I
Okay.
make a comment before we recess?
Absolutely.
To the other commissioners, myself, when we get down to the Big Snowy Mountain WMA, sometimes we jump in and make a motion. I would request that we allow Chairman Colton to make that motion when we get to that point. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you, Rich. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's take about a 10 to 15 minute break, stretch our legs and power through the rest of the afternoon. Okay, as soon as everybody returns, I think we can start, certainly not in any hurry. Who's going to be presenting on the brucellosis proposal?
Chair Colton, this is Quentin. I'm sorry. That will be Brian.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, let me. I'll confirm that we're ready, just with your tolerance, Chair Colton.
Problem.
Brian, you're up again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Williams. Let me apologize. My internet connection is somewhat unstable here, and sometimes I kind of blank out for a little bit, but I'll start on the brucellosis plan. The brucellosis work plan, just kind of real briefly, is virtually identical to what we had the previous year. This is a proposed plan, and so this is not final. This is something that we're just initiating at this point in time. Basically, it describes the actions that the department plans to undertake to address situations, specifically down southeastern part of the state, that try to address any challenges that may develop as a result of the elk and getting into some of those private land situations. This is something that we have been working on. My understanding is that we've actually increased the amount of effort that based on feedback that we've received from the regions this year. We had information regarding hazers working on about 3 different elk herds, spending about 340 hours in that exercise. There was at least 1 kill permit for up to 5 elk that was issued this year, although only 1 elk was taken on that. There was also some materials developed and issued for fencing. There may have been some others hazing as well, but overall seems to be at least effective where it's being implemented in a cooperative fashion. Planning to implement and use the same plan for what we did last year. One other thing I might mention is that there was a brucellosis working group meeting that was scheduled for July 8th. That had to be canceled. To my knowledge, it has not been rescheduled, but any input that we received from that during the course of this, we would also incorporate that into the plan as well. With that, the draft plan was part of the packet, and certainly try to address any questions the commission may have.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission vote to approve the public comment, the proposed 2021 annual work plan for elk management in areas with brucellosis as proposed by the department.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comment or questions from the commission? This is a proposal that's going to go out. Is there anybody here to comment from the public on the current motion to approve the recommendation of the department?
Chair Colton, I'm not seeing any public comment at this time.
Back to the commission. Any discussion, questions? It all makes sense to me, I think. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Shoulder season harvest evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Brian Wakeling. So you requested, we'll just try and dive right into this. This is something that does continue to evolve over time. My familiarity with the elk shoulder seasons personally is somewhat limited, and I apologize for that. I'm getting up to speed on things a little bit more. But the one thing that I can say that these shoulder seasons are effective at is increasing harvest. For instance, since we've been implementing this harvest, we're basically seeing almost not quite a doubling, but from about 3,500 to about 5,300 elk are being harvested annually since we've implemented these shoulder seasons. They certainly are, and the tables are available in the packet. And we've tried to, as has been the past, we've tried to highlight green those units where the objectives of the management of the shoulder seasons are being met. The ones in orange are the ones where we have not met that. What we've provided was the data from 2016, 17, and 18, and also for 2019. They've also tried to provide a table with a 4-year average of all 4 of those years, a table with the past 3, and a table with the past 2 years. So you can see that it's not universally meeting the objectives that are set up within the plan. However, in each case, we are actually harvesting more elk than what we would have been without those. And in some cases, that helps us actually get closer to objective. Some places it doesn't. Also important to point out that in some of these units, the objectives are not so much tied to harvest. Again, looking at some of the private land areas, places interspersed with that. And things of that nature. In those cases, we're actually trying to keep elk from being established in other areas. One of the things that we would like to be able to present is, kind of how things are performing based on our counts this past spring. And as in so many of our other aspects of our lives, our ability to conduct surveys has been somewhat limited because of the coronavirus. And so the 26 units that, or groups of units, we've got reliable counts on less than half. And 2 of them we've changed boundaries on, 11 we didn't fly. And so we have seen some increased counts in the units that we did, but we also had a pretty mild winter. And so distributions of animals can change, and there's a lot of things that can influence that, but overall performance probably doesn't change dramatically from what the commission has seen in some prior years. So I would be happy to try to answer questions. I don't have an awful lot of familiarity with the individual units or their performance, but I can certainly try to address things to the extent possible.
Maybe I missed, I didn't see a way from what we've been presented to know which of these the counts would have been the 2019 counts.
Mr. Chairman, if the tables that are provided behind each of these, there's four, for the first four tables, the fourth one in, we'll say the 2019 shoulder season performance criteria evaluation. That is from the most recent hunt and the most recent data that we have.
But where it says last count, are those, in those that are last count, how do I know which were counted in 2019? Because
that is correct. Those were the counts from 2019. The counts from 2020 were the ones that I had mentioned that we have incomplete counts.
Excuse me, I'm tracking now. I had my, yeah. So we don't have the 2020 incorporated into that.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Because I think the last count figure, do you remember, Rich? I see the last count figure for 411, 511, 530 being 7204. And I think that was the 18 count as well. No, it looks like the 18 count was a little bit lower or a little bit higher.
I think they did have a count for that one in 19, Shane.
Okay, thanks.
Now, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, one thing that I should point out is in the event that we don't have reliable data from a given year, we will try to use the best estimate that we can. And so in some instances, you may see similar numbers among years, but I don't believe that was the case with the data point you were referencing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as I recall, we made some adjustments to elk shoulder seasons back in February, and obviously we haven't had a season since then, so we don't know what the performance will do to change, but it would be helpful come February to have the most recent information all accumulated so we can scrutinize whether or not there was any changes in our elk populations.
Well, certainly we want it by December, November.
We're going to need it by November, December. Some of us might not be around in February.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got some harvest data collected for 19, and it seems like there isn't a dramatic change either way from 18 to 19. One of the most difficult areas is that 411, 511, 530 complex, and it shows an increase in cow elk harvest in that complex of 70 cow elk, which is encouraging, except for the fact that the NBAR really stepped up its efforts, and they killed, I think, 308 elk. Is that about what you remember them reporting, Rich?
Yes, it was.
And so I was hoping that would be, a bigger increase, because that was one large ranch that really stepped up its efforts. And I don't remember if we were able to really quantify what they had the year before, but I don't think it was much more than 100, if even that.
That's what I remember is around 100.
And so, one of the largest ranch owner there increased by 200, but overall we only went up by 70. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. Of course, we made a lot of adjustments to the shoulder seasons and created some new LPTs and shortened some seasons, but provided some opportunities on an LPT. It's my understanding that there's been very strong interest in all of the bundle of LPTs that we created and those that went surplus, and people applying online for those, and with the new system that was created to where you it's kind of randomized and you apply. I just got my notice that I've got 10 days to buy the license that my third elk license. Can't believe I'm going to carry 3 around. But I figured as part of creating it, I might as well have 3 tagged, if nothing else, frame them. You know, all with the same date. Still can't get my head around it. You know, I'm glad to see that interest. I'll be really interested to see how it translates into opportunity on the landscape.
I wish you luck with those 3 tags, because I don't remember you telling me you filled yours last year.
I didn't. I ate my tag.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment, please.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like we just got done talking shoulder seasons, and the amount of time that we spent on them and looking at it again kind of gives me the chills a little bit. But if I remember right, that 411, 511, and 530 was kind of excluded from cutting the seasons back because they had kind of established that working group that was getting that ranch on bar with allowing some more access. Is that serve me correct?
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion with the working group and in particular the work that the region was doing. And so it's always hard for me to articulate this, even because I get a little bit of PTSD when I see these charts.
But I mean, the reason I bring it up is just because I think it's important to have those working groups in those areas to show that there is an interest for them. Because I don't know, I spent a lot of time going through the public comment with some of those shoulder seasons, and there's a lot of people that weren't very happy or wanted to see something different. But for those who are listening, if you still like them, I'll stress that working groups are important, and to show that it is popular in those areas and can be used. But still, the guidelines for the shoulder seasons are important to follow, and that's a promise to the people that was made.
So Chairman Colton, I'd like to respond if I could, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, Commissioner Brower, there were working groups there. There was give and take. Even Chairman Colton and I did a little giving and taking on these numbers in there, and they are working. They're very important. Another one that I think I had mentioned before was over in 419, the horse ranch. For their size, they actually had 100 head of cow elk harvested off their place, working with the general public. And with a number of the other landowners there in 419, which we started a shoulder season this year in that we did not have one before. So it's very important to have working groups with the sportsmen, the landowners, and the department to try to come up with some numbers and solutions to what the problems are out there on the landscape.
Well, and again, a tip of the hat to the horse ranch, because knowing what their harvest was gave me a higher confidence interval. And I think it's 417, right, Rich?
It could be 417. We're talking, or excuse me. Is it 4? Yeah.
It's 417 because, you know, and then that there's that kind of strange boundary in there too. But, you know, I was real resistant to expanding that because I thought there were other tools to try and utilize rather than a shoulder season. But seeing what the horse ranch had done, and then some of the other folks that came forward and said, you give us the shoulder season, we'll participate. Likewise, we created, with the help of input from, again, the folks in Region 4 and their conversations with large landowners in the Snowy's complex, we we preserved an opportunity, and in fact expanded an opportunity with an LPT where we reactivate that that general tag in that extended season. So, you know, I think that I'm not going to be on the commission in this time next year, but I'm going to be watching to see, you know, how that was utilized, because that tool's in place, and I'm really hopeful that come this time next year when we're looking at that Snowies complex, we're not looking at these same numbers where one ranch increases its harvest by 200, but we only increase overall harvest in the complex of cows by 70. You know, we've got, for the upcoming hunting season, there is a lot of opportunity in the Snowies complex for harvest. And there was a lot of give and take and bending on that based on working with those folks and them saying that there'd be continued participation across the complex, because there's a lot of, you know, a lot of folks that you grow a little tired of elk hunters, you know, through the end of January. And because it's a, you know, it's a mixed bit of ownership. Go from over 100,000 deeded to folks that have 500 deeded. So I don't want to take up much more time on that. I appreciate the update. I look forward to when we get our surveys and we see where we're at with regard to recruitment and stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay, if there's nothing else, let's move on to our land projects.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This is Ken McDonald with the Wildlife Division. Coming up next is we have 8 different land projects. 5 of them are endorsements, 3 are for final action. Real quick, a little bit about our process. All of our projects we solicit through our regional staff, and then they get submitted to the Helena office through the regional supervisors. We then have a review and scoring process that includes a pretty large group that includes all representatives from all the regions and then all of the different wildlife programs. After we review and score those, this group makes recommendations to the director, who then you know, asks questions and gives us okay on which ones to move forward. And those are the ones we'll bring you today. So we went through that process over the last few months. We actually have 10 different projects we're going to seek endorsement on. 5 of those we're going to talk about today, and then 5 more probably at your next meeting. So with that, I will proceed on the endorsements first, and they're just in order by region. So the first one is the Bad Rock Canyon project. This would be an acquisition of about 800 acres of primarily forested habitat that includes 1.6 miles of the Flathead River, located right near, basically across the river from Columbia Falls. The main purpose of this project is to protect important fish and wildlife habitat and maintain free public recreational access. If you look at the maps that are included in your packet, you can see that this property is located at what we call a geographical pinch point, where the Flathead River flows through a very narrow canyon, thus the name Bad Rock Canyon. That pinch point is pretty critical for bull trout and grizzly bears, 2 endangered species, federal endangered species that are found on that property, and a number of other critters. So it's a real strategic location as well. The project is adjacent to a stronghold of public lands and would add to about a 12,000 acre network of conserved habitat along 43-mile reach of the Flathead River between Columbia Falls and the Flathead Lake.
The property, again, as you can see from the maps, its proximity to Columbia Falls and just the general topography makes it really highly developable, which makes it highly threatened. So thus the need for us to try and protect it. The piece of property itself is being sold by, it's owned by and being sold by Columbia Falls Aluminum Company. The Columbia Falls Aluminum Company has given us, FWP and the Flathead Land Trust, who we're partnering with on the project, a 2-year window to complete the project. And if we don't get it done, they would just put it on the market. So we've been looking at different ways to get it done, including funding sources such as the Forest Legacy Program, Habitat Montana, potentially PR, and private fundraising. The property itself it's got high wildlife values. It's also got a trail network that a private trail group has developed under license from the Columbia Falls Aluminum Company. So it gets some use by hikers, bikers, bird watchers, and others. And then the Columbia Falls has allowed hunting for youth and disabled hunters for deer and elk. So if it came into FWP ownership, we'd be looking at either continuing that or some other type of hunting access that the commission approves. You probably saw from the cover sheet, there's already a lot of support for this project from the city of Columbia Falls, from the county planning board, from the Confederate Salish and Kootenai tribes, and a lot of local support as well. So with that, we are asking you today to endorse the project. If you endorse it, we would continue with appropriate due diligence, analysis, and public review. And if that was successful, we would be back at a later date for final approval. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have a motion or questions on the proposal for Bedrock WMA? Tim, I'm sorry, Tim, you were on mute.
Sorry about that. I move to the commission endorse the proposal to negotiate acquisition of the Bedrock Canyon property and complete associated analysis.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Is there any comment from the commission? Comment from the public. I know there's interest in these. I will allow folks to save their comment up down for all of them, but you can comment one by one as well. Go ahead, Nick.
Commissioners, this is Nick Jeevak with the Montana Wildlife Federation. And again, I'll keep this short, but again, this is a really great project with a great chunk of river bottom land so close to the town of Columbia Falls that also has such high wildlife values. So I've also been asked, our affiliate, Flathead Wildlife Inc., is strongly supportive of this project. And lastly, I think there'd be some exciting hunting up there, given the photo of the young girl with the very large grizzly tracks going through there. So I think there's a really abundance of diverse wildlife species on that property, and we strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Any comment from the public? Any further discussion from the commission? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Kootenai Forest Phase 2 Conservation Easement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This again is another endorsement up in Region 1. It's for a conservation easement on about 27,289 acres of highly productive forest land owned by Stimson Lumber Company in Northwest Montana. The project is located just east and south of Libby, up in the northwest corner of the state. This is a project we're working on with the Trust for Public Land and Stimson to try and perfect. And as you noted, it's phase 2 of a project similar to one we completed with them earlier. The proposed easement would be held by Stimson It would allow Stimson to retain ownership of these timberlands. It would preclude development. It would protect important wildlife habitat, maintain key connectivity, and allow some public access and recreational opportunities. And of course, keep it maintained as a working forest. This is something that we've, as the project was being developed, we applied for funding through the Forest Legacy Program to help fund the cost. The Forest Legacy Program reviewed and ranked it. It came out as #3 project in the country for federal fiscal year 21, and is likely to receive up to $6 million if we proceed with the project through the Forest Legacy. And that funding source helps ensure that it's maintained as a working forest. That's one of the requirements of that funding. The project would protect key winter range. It's a migratory corridor for elk, mule deer, and whitetail deer, as well as moose. It protects critical habitat for bull trout, grizzly bear, and lynx, which are all federally listed. And it would also reduce human wildlife conflicts that come with residential development were it to be split and sold. The property currently provides over 26,500 days of public hunting and angling, which would be secured in perpetuity under this proposal. It's the concept, again, this is at the early stages, but when it was run by the Lincoln County Commissioners, they gave unanimous support for the proposal. It also has support from the congressional delegation, federal agencies, the Confederate Salish and Kootenai tribes, and many conservation groups. This would also complement a bunch of other easements that have been done in that area and may again maintain that industrial forest and keep it as working forest land. So again, we're asking with your endorsement today. We would proceed with our due diligence and hopefully be back for a final sometime down the road. Any questions?
Thank you. Do I have a motion or questions for Ken or staff?
I move the commission endorse the proposal to further negotiate the Kootenai Forest Lands Phase 2 conservation easement and complete associated analysis.
Second.
Motion second. Is there any comment from the public on this project? Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks, commissioners. Again, this is Nick Jivak with MWF. There's been so much attention on public access given the Weyerhaeuser lands up in northwest Montana, and Stimson has long been a great partner with the agency and with the hunters of Montana. But this would of course permanently protect those lands. And again, Mr. McDonald spoke to the wildlife values here. It's great property, and we'd hate to see these developed. And again, Flathead Wildlife supports this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Any further public comment? Any comment or questions from the commission? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Moving on to the Chip Creek Conservation Easement endorsement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. The next one again is an endorsement, Chip Creek Conservation Easement. This is a large conservation easement totaling a little over 23,600 acres, located northwest of Loma in Choteau County. The project consists of mostly contiguous land and then also incorporates about 5,500 acres of DNRC and 1,400 acres of BLM leases, making the total project approximately 30,000 acres. The property is bordered by 7 miles of the Marias River and consists of native prairie grassland, shrub grasslands, prairie breaks, and riparian habitat. It's one of the largest remaining blocks of native grasslands in that Golden Triangle area, where one of the greatest threats to the native grasslands is just conversion to cropland. About 43% of the easement is comprised of native prairie grassland and shrub grasslands, prairie breaks. There's about 6,000 acres that have been returned to permanent cover based on a review of the project a few years ago. And then it makes it about 85% of the property being a native or permanent cover. the area is a stronghold for antelope, mule deer, white-tailed deer. There's sage-grouse leks on the property. And then other upland game birds include sharp-tailed grouse, pheasant, partridge, and turkey. There's a habitat for a number of non-game species as well. The proposed easement would protect about 24,000 acres of native habitat in perpetuity, improve functioning wildlife habitat, prevent conversion to agriculture, and provide public access and recreation. So again, we're seeking your endorsement to proceed with due diligence, and then hopefully we'll be back later for the final.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission endorse the proposed Chip Creek Conservation easement, allowing FWP to conduct further due diligence, analysis, and public review.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Do we have any comment from the public on this project? Yeah, Mr. Jeebach.
Thank you, Chairman Colton. Commissioners, I think this is Nick Jeebach again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Yeah, this speaks to the diversity of Montana. We just came from the densely forested country, northwest Montana, and now you get into the prairie, but this is a really quality project up in Commissioner Stuker's country. And I think we all know the wildlife values along the Marias River, and this looks like it would be a bird hunter's paradise. So, as well as the non-game values up in there. So another really solid project that we strongly support. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Further public comment? Any comment or questions from the commission before I call for the vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to thank the Region 4 staff for all the work they did on this project. I think it's a tremendous project. It will be a great public benefit moving into the future. And again, just all of the people within the department that worked on it deserve a big thank you.
Thank you, Rich. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Big Snowy Mountains WMA acquisition.
Mr. Chairman, we're pleased to bring you a project proposal from Region 5. This would be an endorsement to purchase approximately 5,677 acres to establish the Big Snowy Mountain Wildlife Management Area located 29 miles east of Judith Gap in Golden Valley County. This is a project we're actually partnering with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation on. They're helping to facilitate the acquisition and kind of working with the seller to make sure it remains in public ownership, or it goes into public ownership, I should say. A little interesting tidbit about this one is the property was willed to Shodair Hospital, who's the landowner now, and Shodair feels strongly it should be in public ownership. So they're willing to work with the Elk Foundation and government agencies to try and make sure we can get that done. The project itself is located in the foothills of the Big Snowy Mountains. You guys are all familiar with the access issues in that mountain range and our elk management issues. So this project would help us with both of those. The property itself is one contiguous block that adjoins the BLM's Twin Coulee Wilderness Area. And then it abuts the Forest Service's Big Snowy Wilderness Study Area. The native foothill habitat provides for diverse assemblage of species, including critical winter range and year-round habitat for elk, deer, and pronghorn, as well as black bear, white-tailed deer, and other native species. One of the issues with the Big Snowies is there's a lot of land ownership changes in recent years, people buying it primarily for the recreational values and resulting in limited public access. So this property, if we were to acquire it, would provide permanent access, incredible wildlife habitat, and public recreation opportunities. I know our biologist has had some preliminary discussions with Golden Valley County commissioners, and they were positive about the potential. Obviously, we would go through a lot of public process and continued discussions with the
the county government if we proceeded, but so far so good. So with that, we're seeking your endorsement again to begin the due diligence that comes after that. Any questions on that one?
No, thank you. And thank you, Rich, for allowing me this indulgence. I move the commission endorse the proposed Big Snowy Mountains Wildlife Management Area land project, allowing FWP to conduct further due diligence analysis and public review.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Before I comment, I'm going to turn it over to see if there's any public comment.
Commissioners, this is Nick Jeebach again with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I sound like a broken record on these really great lands projects that the agency is putting together. But it's interesting. We just came off. I believe this is in this area where we're really trying to, frankly, kill some elk, and we know about the elk herds in that area, and this is really great habitat, a diverse, it looks like a prairie as well as foothills environment, and it should be an outstanding public hunting and public recreation opportunity. So we strongly support this one. I also think I want to commend Chaudere for those of us who live in Helena know the quality work that organization does. And so this is really a win-win for everyone that will hopefully help that organization and the hunters and recreationists of Montana. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Any further public comment? Yes, we have
Chairman
somebody.
Colton.
Yes.
Yeah, Chairman Colton, this is Mike Mueller with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I'd like to just say a couple things about this exciting proposal. So Chairman Colton, Commissioners, Director Williams, first I want to thank Region 5, Barb Beck, and Ashley Cato, the wildlife biologist, for working this up, and for the department for bringing this project forward. Just a couple things. First of all, Ken did a great job describing most everything about the project. I'll just add to a couple things he said. First, I just want to go back to the landowners. As Ken said, Chaudere Children's Hospital in Helena, they reached out to the Elk Foundation and to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Bill Shank and us, and said, you know what, we came across this property. It was given to us. They didn't really want to own it forever. They wanted to sell it. And since they have a hospital based in Montana, do amazing things for children here, they want to see this property go to Montana, benefiting Montanans, and see it conserved and made for public access and all the benefits that it can provide. So we've got an outstanding landowner here. They understand the process. They're patient. The Oak Foundation is negotiating a purchase option with them. They understand we're going to try to buy it for appraised value and all the things that go with this. So we couldn't ask for a better landowner to be working with right now to do another legacy project here in the state. So I won't say a lot about the habitat. Ken covered that. It is a really interesting area where it's about half forested area and half grasslands, and it's right there where the mountains, the Snowies, you know the property, meet the prairies there. What I will stress, though, is the Elk Foundation, we're always looking for ways to improve public access and help our state agency manage those elk, and we all know about the public access issues in the Snowies there. I've been told by the department that this elk management unit, hunting districts 411, 511, 530, is 900% over objective, with a lack of public access being that large contributing factor to that. So this is a public access project. I would just stress that, and that's why we're so excited about it. Commissioner, when I just put a pencil and estimated the acres of potentially improved access, we're looking at not only 5,600 acres of improved access if you approve this and you endorse this and we can get this completed. But when I look at the BLM and the Forest Service property around there, knowing how far elk hunters go and where the other access points, we could be looking at another 12, 13, 15,000 acres of improved access by picking up this property. So, you know, you're looking at nearly 20,000 acres of improved public access in that area. So last thing I'll say, just one thing about the location, being located next to BLM and Forest Service makes it really important, and we love to build on those areas. And wouldn't it be exciting for the state of Montana to see a new wildlife management area? The Elk Foundation and fish wellin parks have such a rich history in doing those in the past. We would be so excited to work with you all to make this happen again. I think the support will be tremendous for this. When the Irwin and Forrest Allen brothers properties when they passed away and it became public knowledge that they had passed and those lands could become available, I received lots of public questions and phone calls about, the future of that property, and the fact that we could work on one of them is really exciting. So I think you'll get a lot of support, and on behalf of 20 chapters of the Elk Foundation and over 13,000 members and volunteers, we sure ask you to endorse this project, and we would love to work on this exciting opportunity with the department again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Any further public comment? Well, I'm of course very familiar with this property, and just it's amazing to me that Chaudhary is wanting to partner with us in the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I don't think you can overstate the challenges that we have managing elk in this area, or that it might be the greatest in all of North America. We can look at it being over objective and all those things that are making us pull our hair out, but it's also an amazing grouping of elk in an amazing part of the world. And we have lost a lot of opportunity to access those elk and on public land. And some years ago, when I was first on the commission, we had a few opportunities that just kind of slipped through our fingers. I know you guys rank things and prioritize them, and I know we're always busy, but I can't think of any project that we need more now in terms of handling, some of the taking care of that elk herd and the neighboring landowners around this place that are having a lot more headaches with the elk than they're getting any benefit. So again, thanks to our Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation for jumping in so quickly, and to Region 5. And also, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Region 4, because I know they've been involved and reaching out to the county commissioners. And I've received emails already of support, and I'm just really excited that we might have this opportunity.
Chairman Colton, comment? Yeah. I concur with everything you said. Region 5, I'm glad to see we're getting something there. We don't have a lot of conservation easements or fee access lands. I know Region 4 worked with them. The other thing I think I saw somewhere in the notes and during my conversations, there are a couple additional landowners, I believe, that join this, that the department is talking with, that could possibly double the size of this in the future if we get this acquisition done, which I think would be great.
Yes, thank you. So please, post haste, let's make sure we act as quickly as possible, because it's an opportunity to relieve some of the pressure over there and provide opportunity to manage all the species, and provide so much opportunity for people to interact with the animals on that landscape. So with that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 South addition to Cree Crossing.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is our final endorsement. So what this is a proposal to add 171 acre fee title acquisition to the Cree Crossing WMA, which is located about 20 miles northeast of Malta. The proposed addition is on the south side of the Milk River, just across the river from the current South Cree WMA. The proposed addition primarily consists of shrub irrigated river bottom, about 115 acres, and other portions of the property are historic cottonwood floodplain. There's a small oxbow, some mixed shrub grassland, and about 1.4 miles of Milk River habitat. The grassland along the Milk River has been heavily converted to grain production. Under this proposal, we would incorporate the land into the existing WMA, do some restoration of some of the cropland, and then maintain some of the cropland, primarily manage it as food plots like we do with some of the other eastern Montana river bottom properties. The proposed addition would support an estimated 500 to 750 hunter days and up to 200 fishing days of public access annually. So it's a fairly simple project, but some pretty key habitat along the Milk River there. So we're looking again for your endorsement, and we would begin the due diligence following that.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission endorse the proposed Creek Crossing WMA addition, allowing FWP to conduct further due diligence, analysis, and public review.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any comment from the public?
Commissioners, this is Nick Jeebach. Yeah, this is Nick Jeebach again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. And another great project. I know this one isn't nearly as large, but a quarter section of land is nothing to scoff at. And of course, especially when it's that quality river bottom environment. So another great project, and we'd strongly support this one. Thank you.
Further public comment? Any comment or discussion from the commission?
Just real quick, when you look at the estimated hunter days and angler days for 171 acres, they're very high. I had talked to Region 6 staff a couple of days ago. It's because of the location along the river, dealing with a lot of birds and whatnot, that those numbers are so high. And the only reason I bring that up is in some of the larger conservation easements and stuff that we're looking at, you might only see 500 days on 11,000 acres, but it's spread out more.
Yes, thank you, Rich. That's a very good point. Any further comment or question from the commission? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we have two finals in Region 6 before we go to 7. Lone Tree.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so this one, as you said, is a final. This would be final approval on the 11,285 acre Lone Tree conservation easement located in Blaine County. For those of you that were around in 2017, this is the project the commission toured in October of 2017. And I think had a good day out checking it out. On this particular large project, about 90% of it is or will be native habitat. Again, the native grassland habitat is at a premium. Around 6% will be cultivated cropland. The easement is comprised of shrub and prairie grasslands, as well as forested breaks associated with the Missouri River. It provides year-round habitat for bighorn sheep, mule deer, antelope, elk, sage grouse, upland game birds, and a diversity of non-game wildlife species. The easement would enhance native and non-native habitats through implementation of a grazing system and reseeding of cultivated land to permanent vegetative cover. It also would ensure free public hunting and recreational opportunity while maintaining the traditional agricultural use and private ownership of the property. The easement itself will require a minimum of 400 hunter days if the interest is there annually. The price for this is the appraised value, which is $5,093,680. We would fund this primarily through Habitat Montana. There's also a grant from the Montana Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust. And because it is pretty important sheep habitat, we would also use some of the sheep auction funds that we've generated over the past few years and have been banking in anticipation of some sheep projects. So it's a good use of the auction funds as well. This project, again, is final. It had an initial 30-day public scoping in October of 2019. Comments received on that scoping were then incorporated into the EA. The EA was issued in June, went out for a 30-day public comment period. There was a direct mailing and email notification to adjacent landowners, interested parties, Blaine County Commissioners, BLM, DNRC, area legislators, and other interested parties, as well as public notices in the local media. There was a public meeting at MSU Northern on June 30th. 13 people showed up for that. The EA was also available, and the management plan on the website, and hard copies were available at the office and at the Havre office. We received a total of 22 comments through the public comment period. 19 were in support of the project. 3 comments raised concerns or questions about the easement, with 2 of those opposing it. The primary concerns had to do with the cost of the easement and concern about trespass and impacts onto neighboring lands. Cost, like I said, is determined through an appraisal. It's a pretty rigorous process that happens, and and we feel comfortable with the cost. And then the concerns about trespass, again, the easement itself doesn't create any obligation or any right for anybody to trespass on private property next door. The region heard those comments and is committed to making sure that we enforce trespass laws and things like that we would anyway. So based on the ecological value of the project, the support, and the access it would provide, we are recommending that the commission approve this conservation easement and make it in perpetuity. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission approve FWV's purchase of the Lone Tree Conservation Easement as presented.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Quick comment, we went out there in October of 17, I believe. Saw a lot of wildlife. I've seen some pictures of some pretty amazing sheep here in the last year that we're taking out there. And as Mr. McDonald explained, it does open up access to a lot of other lands with this. So I really hope that this gets approved all the way down the line.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes.
I would also just like to thank the Region 6 staff and the landowners and all the partners involved. I mean, you think 3 years have passed since it was originally brought up, and the resiliency and the patience to stick with these projects to see them come to pass is commendable. So I just want to thank you guys all on continuing these projects that sometimes take multiple years to bring to an end. So thank you.
I will send it out for a brief public comment. Any public comment before I take the vote? Yes. Go ahead. Phone number ending in 933.
Is that me?
Yep, I think that's you, 933.
Okay. This is Kurt again, Kurt Alt with Wild Sheep and Montana Wild Sheep. Just want to go on record for both organizations, but the Montana Wild Sheep Foundation and the Wild Sheep Foundation, in voicing strong support for this easement. Good job, Region 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Any further public comment? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, Ash Cooley.
Mr. Chairman, the next one again is final approval for the 3,400 acre conservation easement known as the Ash Cooley Conservation Easement located in Valley County. This is an easement that's actually been in the works again for a number of years, getting it to a place that is acceptable to both the department and the landowners. And we think we have a
the final product is a really good product. And so we're going to ask for you to approve it. This is an easement that protects healthy blocks of native prairie and riparian habitat from conversion and subdivision, and that benefits for the benefit of wildlife and maintaining an agricultural operation, and also increasing public hunting and recreational opportunities. The property is critically important to wintering migratory antelope. It serves as key linkage between summer and winter range for migrating sage grouse, provides excellent year-round habitat for mule deer, white-tailed deer, sharp-tailed grouse, and a diversity of non-game wildlife. And if you've looked at the maps in the packet, you can see it also contributes to a large block of conservation easements, block management, and public land along this section of the Milk River. The department, again, would pay the appraised value for the easement, which for this one is $772,000. It would be paid for out of Habitat Montana funds. In terms of the project itself, it would require at least 300 hunter days and 50 wildlife viewing days. The project received an initial scoping way back in May 2017. We received 9 comments during the scoping that were addressed in the draft EA. The EA went out in June of 2020 for a 30-day comment period, and there was also a public meeting held in Glasgow at the end of June. 4 people showed up for the meeting. Again, like the Lone Tree, it was available through a number of other venues, including on the website and hard copy, and notices were provided to a number of people, including the surrounding landowners. We received a total of 20 comments through the comment period, representing 19 individuals and 1 organization. And we received 1 comment during the public meeting as well. Everything else was received electronically. All of the comments expressed support for the Ash Coulee conservation easement and were included in your packet. So again, based on the value of the easement for wildlife and ecological values, as well as the support we received for the project, the decision was to recommend approval and acquisition of this conservation easement. Any questions on this one?
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the commission approve FWP's purchase of the Ash Coulee conservation easement as presented.
Second.
Any comments from the public before I turn it back to the commission?
Commissioners, this is Nick Jeebach again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. And going back to Lone Tree as well as Ash Coulee here in the following one, I'll just make comments on all these finals on really solid work by this department to get these projects done. And, you know, it's good to see these projects that can have such a much larger footprint when connected with adjoining public lands. And it's good to see these conservation easements in eastern Montana, where, of course, we have such a larger percentage of private lands, and to open up that public access and public sporting opportunities. So these are really quality projects, and both the department staff as well as the commission deserve a lot of credit for this. So thanks on all 3 of these, and I'll just make this comment on all these final projects. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for your participation. It is appreciated. Any further comment from the commission or from the public before I turn it back to the commission? Okay, any discussion from the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Once again, I'd just like to thank the department, Region 6 staff, and individuals involved, just to, once again, the patience of going through this process to see these come to a final. If memory serves me right, I think Ash Coulee was brought up in one of my first commission meetings that I was on. So kind of fun to see it come all the way around.
Absolutely. Okay, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is our last one. It is also a final. This is we're seeking final approval for the 6,751 acre W Bar conservation easement located in Webo County. This piece has over 11 miles of Beaver Creek that runs through it. It's the largest intact parcel of Beaver Creek, going from its headwaters to the North Dakota line. So again, 11 miles of important riparian habitat along Beaver Creek, and then 10 miles along Dry Creek and some other tributaries. Beaver Creek, as you saw in your packet, is pretty unique in that it's a perennial stream in what's otherwise a pretty dry portion of the state. The project would protect and enhance large intact native grassland, shrublands, hardwood draws, and riparian habitat. It provides excellent year-round habitat for deer. It supports wild turkey, sharp-tailed grouse, partridge, antelope, occasional elk. There's native and introduced fish in the stream part, and then a diversity of non-game wildlife, including 24 species identified as greatest conservation need. The easement itself would preclude conversion of native ground, it would limit development, it would institute grazing standards, and offer managed public access opportunities in perpetuity. It's a contiguous block with a county road that bisects it diagonally, ensuring easy public access. The access provisions of the easement include up to 400 hunter days and 200 angler days annually. Again, the value of it was determined through an independent appraisal. That appraisal valued the easement portion at $2,195,000. We'll be end up funding this with Habitat Montana and probably some sheep auction dollars. We initially thought we would throw some PR into it, but it gets more difficult, so we're just going to do it with straight Habitat Montana and auction dollars. In terms of the public process, this went out for scoping at the end of 2019. We received 14 comments in the scoping that we incorporated into the EA. The EA went out at the end of May of 2019. I'm sorry, May of 2020. A public hearing was held in June, and the comment period went through the month of June. We received 4 comments only on this project during the comment period. 3 expressed support. There was 1 expressed a concern primarily about the source of funding. Their assertion was if you're using license and PR dollars, then it should be for hunting only. And if you're going to offer things like fishing and viewing, then those entities ought to pony up for part of it. Our position on that is that the Habitat Montana is primarily, the primary reason is for conservation of important wildlife habitat. Hunting, viewing, and fishing, for that matter, are all important secondary values, but again, the first and foremost is for wildlife habitat, and we think this is a good use of the Habitat Montana dollars. So based on that and the values of the property, the decision was made to support it, and we're recommending that the commission give final approval to acquire this conservation easement in perpetuity.
Mr. Chair, I move the commission approve FWP's purchase of the W Bar conservation easement as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comment from the public? Well, I want to just thank Region 7 staff for their efforts on this. I've been following along with it. Great opportunity. Glad that we were able to make it final. I want to thank the landowner as well for being cooperative and for sharing the same conservation goals as the department and the other entities. And if you look back at what the last 2 votes we had and the vote we're about to have, it's pretty staggering to think about the amount of land that's going to be in conservation, and the generations of hunters that are going to utilize those days that have been secured by the negotiation of the department and the cooperation of these conservation oriented landowners who want to keep their places a working ranch. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Montana Supreme Court for affirming our authority to make these decisions and clarifying when I don't think it needed to be clarified, but that, you know, we have the authority to do this, to make these agreements, these conservation easements. And it is the ultimate private property rights decision of someone to say, this is what I choose to do. I choose to make this agreement because that is what I feel my private property is best suited for, what I want to leave for a legacy. So this is a little bit of a victory lap for the end of the day that you should all take with me, because it's exciting to see this. So any other comments from the commission?
Makes a long day worth it.
Yeah,
absolutely agree.
Echo what you said. Thank you to all the landowners that worked with the department and all the department personnel that made these projects come to fruition. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. With that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the W Bar Conservation Easement final, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Ken. We've now come to the point in the meeting where we'll take public comment on issues that were not on the agenda. I can't think of anything that was not on the agenda. I guess bison. Well, no, we did brucellosis. Anybody to comment on items that were not on the agenda?
Commissioners, this is Nick G-Buck with the Montana Wildlife Federation, and you probably thought you got rid of me, but you haven't. No, it's a long day and a lot of really productive work done via Zoom. But I'm sure you're all aware of this, but just over a week ago, the passage of the Great American Outdoors Act was truly a legacy type conservation bill that permanently funds the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which of course is so central to so many of these lands projects. And at the same time, as Chair Colton just stated, you know, one of the real reasons for the creation of the Habitat Montana program was to have that stable source of state-based money as the matching funds for that, to bring in those federal as well as private NGO, private conservation organization dollars. So it was a great achievement, and we're looking forward to continuing to do quality lands projects, both easements and targeted fee title purchases where needed, to continue to expand public access and conserve key habitat. So just wanted to make that note, and thanks for all your work today. It was a great day, a lot of wins here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Further comment from the public, items not on today's agenda. I have a phone number ending in 170.
Hi, Chair Colton, Commissioners. This is Casey York of Trap-Free Montana Public Lands. I have a couple of things. First, the change for the reporting of non-target captures should really be listed in the fur bearer trapping regulations, we feel, under highlights. We would ask that this be in the wolf regulations under the section for reminders as well. Secondly, we speak often of the best available science, and what that means that it's a process. Somebody's not muted. Am I being heard, or am I? Okay. I don't even know where I was muted. I'm unmuted.
You're unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay. Do you know where I left off, please?
You were asking us to put reporting requirements in the wolf and fur bearer regulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we would just like to see, we feel that those changes are important and we're glad to see those changes for non-targets. If we'd like to see them though go under the highlight section for the fur bearers and under reminders for the wolf regulations. I was proceeding to talk a little bit about best available science, that it's a process, it's a collection of data. It's using the scientific method and able to withstand peer review. Determinations made by assertion, not deduction, do not qualify as science. Science tells us we're in the 6th mass extinction, and this time it's because of us. That rather than being in climate change, we're in a climate crisis. That this puts 2/3 of North American birds at risk of extinction. That beaver are the most important mammal in North America for water resources, for wildlife habitat, for 85% of wildlife and 50% of endangered and threatened species, for ecological restoration and climate change, yet we only have 2% of the land out west, which are wetlands. That without wildlife habitat, there are no wildlife. That predators keep prey strong and prey dictate predator numbers. That non-lethal measures are cost-effective and long-standing for mitigating conflicts with wildlife. Trapping defies the science. That in our state, over 24 species can legally be trapped, the majority in unlimited and unreported numbers, such as beaver, and that there is little data on these species is unscientific, irresponsible, and unjust. That any creature can be allowed to linger suffering in traps for endless days is beyond unethical. Despite the department's funding predominantly from hunting and angler licenses, the domination of one special interest group over another is a violation of the public trust doctrine. Wildlife are to be preserved for present and future generations. Time is now to protect wildlife, to respect nature. If COVID-19 isn't telling us that, well, climate change certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Any further comment from the public? Do you have any further comment from the public? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Yes.
All in favor, say, oh, Kurt.
Sorry.
All right, Kurt, what do you got?
I know it's been a long day for you guys, but you guys do a yeoman's job today, like usual, and I just wanted to close with a couple comments real quick. One is the two most oversubscribed programs between sportsmen and landowners, and for landowners in particular, are Habitat Montana and Block Management. And it's good to hear and see the department and the landowners working together on those two really, really important programs. Today, the Habitat Montana one took precedence, and I just want to congratulate the agency, the landowners, the people of Montana, and the yeoman work, and thank you guys for the yeoman's work you guys do as commissioners. And again, thank you for awarding Wild Sheep Foundation the permit again. That's it.
Thank you, Kurt. Take care of yourself. We appreciate your participation and what you do for the Wild Sheep Foundation and Montana Wild Sheep as well. Okay, all in favor of the motion to adjourn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for your decency today, for your hard work, for showing up as always prepared, understanding the issues. It's a pleasure to work with you, even when we're in disagreement on particular items. It's nice to know that we're all informed. I see Director Williams has something for me.
I know you're so close to being done, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to, for Shauna, for all of us, especially the October commission meeting is currently scheduled for October 22. And I just wanted to confirm that date, and then I'll be quiet.
No, that's good. When we're all together. That's a Thursday.
October 22.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we can keep that.
A long day and lots of patience. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good to see everybody.
Yeah. Pat, good luck with your sabbatical. Do you get to go do that for a bit now, or?
Well, we'll see. I'm still on the calendar for taking a few months off, but I'll be available for commission work.
All right.
To go out into Region 7 and up to Region 6 and see what you really got up there. Spend some time chasing birds and antelope and deer.
I think you should get put to work helping Rich put up his hay.
Hey, I'm
Hey.
all for that.
Hey, let me know when you're starting.
And you'll make sure you're somewhere else?
You never know.
Give us a call, Pat, when you're ready.
All right.
Well, and yeah, I'm hoping it's not so dry for you, Rich. We're dry in Yellowstone County right now, but it's supposed to cool down a little bit, so. But
We're not yet, but like I say, I got my first cutting up, gonna start the second cutting probably tomorrow and get what the grasshoppers haven't got. And today now, I'm going to go see my bride of 42 years as of today, so.
well, hey, congratulations.
Thanks.
Happy anniversary.
Want y'all to know here in Western Montana, it got clear up to 70 degrees today.
Well, and thanks to Rose for letting, for all the time that we take away from her and the ranch with commission business. It's
All the boards he's on, it's not just us, but
yeah.
thanks for your service, Rich.
With the Zoom, I'm getting a heck of a lot more work done on the ranch. Virus to go away so I can travel again.
Your vehicles are probably wondering if you gave up on them. They're not getting miles in.
Hey, you know, I had a kid hired here and he drove 1,600 steel posts this summer. And I had to actually help with some of those because I couldn't travel to Helena for these meetings.
Sorry.
No excuses.
All right,
Good to see
take
you
care,
guys.
everyone. Be safe out there.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Till next time.
Everyone, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care.